How's it going? How's it going? Welcome back.
It's going great.
I wasn't able to check out your debate that you guys were talking about because it was on Shabbat and I was also at the base. So, but how did it go?
We won.
You won?
Yep. But I was a moderator, so the machine lies won.
Ah, all right. So you were his pocket moderator.
Yeah. So pretty much we both have pocket moderators, and that's how it works. So after we do moderation, we both run into the stadium because it was design's a crap show.
Huh. All right. Cool. Crazy week, eh? Trump is in office and he's doing all kinds of weird stuff.
Yep, predictable.
Predictable, yeah. Yeah. What else is going on? You commented on my video. I don't know if you saw the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah, you didn't like it much.
I watched a lot of physics stuff, so.
So what? It's not good. You don't agree with it?
I wouldn't say I don't agree with it. I'm saying it's not simple. It's not simple. It doesn't. The model was not complete enough.
Oh, all right. Whatever. Cool. How's your week, Eddie?
Okay. Yeah.
Healthcare?
I mean it was frozen for a while.
Really?
And now it's not, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
My sister, like Russ was telling me before I went to sleep the night before, and I've told him, like, quit telling me bad bedtime stories. He told me about the news right before I went to bed, and he said, your sister could wake up tomorrow and not have a job. And like, sure enough, she woke up to she has a job, but like complete instability, because she's a government worker. Right. So the funding was frozen. There's a freeze on, paychecks, all that stuff.
Yeah. Is she one of those people that works from home?
Was she an air traffic controller?
Yeah, she does actually work from home. And if she was required to go back into an office, that would be a problem.
Right.
Because it would be going to Salem. It would be like she'd have to drive an hour.
Right.
To get to an office. Yeah, and she has kids, so it wouldn't work. Yeah.
Well, Lord Elon Musk doesn't care about your kids. He wants you to be at the office and live there.
That's how he works. But he's only able to do
that allegedly.
Right, but he's only able to do that because he had a wife at home with the kids.
Exactly.
Yep. A few
wives at home.
Yeah, a few wives, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because his parents were rich too. He wasn't self-made.
Yeah.
So he made his original money screwing up a software project, and his parents bought actual developers to fix it for him. So.
Are you bitter, Hank, that you're not Elon Musk?
No, I'm bitter that I have these helper class people actually waste the money I could have just held on to. So I would have been much richer if these helper class people who didn't know what they were talking about didn't help me.
I see. So a bit jealous that they've got money and you don't.
Yes. Well, I'm more frustrated that I have all these bills to pay and I don't have anything to pay it with. So.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm frustrated that when they talk about the economy doing so well, it's like,
well, it's not doing well right now. It's pretty bad now.
Right. But I guess they were saying 2024, was good. But I mean, it's like, for who? They're saying like the American economy is good. Like, I don't understand why they would say that.
Maybe relative to the rest of the world?
Yeah, it's better than the rest of the world. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they mean.
Yeah, I fixed my inkjet printer this week. I didn't have to go rust level. All I needed to do was leave the new ink that I replaced with in there for a bit, and it just magically was better the next time I tried to print this week. So.
And why do you have an inkjet? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I have both a laser inkjet and a laser printer. I had the inkjet because the colors come out better than a color laser printer, and it's cheaper for me to have both the inkjet and black and white laser printer than to have a color laser printer.
You're printing color. Why? Why do you need to print color?
I usually don't, but when I do, I use an inkjet printer.
Mm. Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but if I wanted something printed in color, I would just send it off to a printer and just have a black and white laser because it's cheaper in the long run.
Yeah, I do a black and white laser.
Yeah.
And you're right, it's cheaper in the long run. But if I do need color and just having a colored paper background's not enough, I use the inkjet.
Oh, I have to do the masculine SI thing and say that you put the wrong date on the show.
Oh, did I? Really?
You said
Correct.
It was the 9th. It's actually the 30th.
Yeah. So
Oh,
just,
okay. All right.
you just said it now. It's not well.
I don't think I can change it now during while it's running.
Yes, you can.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it matters.
Oh,
I know. Yeah, just do it from YouTube. You could do it for sure.
No, I did it from the StreamYard. It worked.
Yeah.
Okay, but yep, updated all the way.
You have access to all that, Annie. You can change that if you ever see a mistake.
Oh, really? The title? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, back to this week. I think next week I get it for a little bit if it's still going to do that.
Yeah, you can. If you're gonna. I was gonna ask you about that, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
You still want to do that next month, like the first of the month?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, last time I had just this real inner conflict when you didn't show up on time. You were having trouble, and I was like,
Right.
I had this like, am I allowed? Like, I'm not allowed to act on your behalf or push go. It feels wrong. But then this masculine SI telling me like, it's 2 minutes past the time. Like we have this feeling like we have to start.
You're right.
So I think I started like 3 minutes late.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's that's earlier than he does.
Hank, come on.
You win the story unless I was.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I always start late. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
not always. I mean, sometimes maybe like 30 seconds, but
yeah.
No, you start in time today.
I got a video from Liam. I don't know if he sent it to you too, Annie. Did he?
no.
Okay. I got his video meeting about his project.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And he was what's it called? He was flexing that he's in contact with you. You're the head of CRG. Yeah. Character. He's a character.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you don't think he's watching this, do you?
No, probably not. No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah,
we're not worth his time. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I don't know the ins and outs, but he asked me a few times, like right, at bedtime, like I was in my pajamas in bed, like, hey, can you jump on a call? I'm like, no, here's a link you can schedule. Schedule.
Oh, nice.
If you want to. And he didn't go for it. He just kept still asking me last minute. I'm like, dude, do you know that I'm play last? Like,
yeah,
it's not gonna work. Yeah. Yeah, and I sent him the link to my booking tool, and he was like, "Oh, good SI." Yeah, I have my SI is my boundaries. That's the only way I know how to set boundaries, so I'm pretty good at it.
Nice.
And how do I set boundaries? I don't really remember. Pretty much, I cross all the boundaries you end up crossing, and I just wait till you retreat. I think that's how I usually do it.
So if you set a boundary, do you use logic? You just argue? Or what do you do?
Do I argue?
No, he doesn't. He just says no.
Yeah, I just say no.
Just says no.
I mean, from what I've witnessed, with me, when he sets boundaries, he's just like, no. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, I usually use that as a negotiation. When I don't like it, you can say no, and maybe if you have something to trade, then maybe we could flex it. But otherwise, you could just stop there.
I understood your whole like physics thing a lot better when I watched the video than reading the post.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
And when I made just like a stupid irrelevant comment, I just did that to boost the post because I didn't know what to say. I was like,
oh, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, I figured, yeah, it was something like that.
I was just being silly. Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, no, it's not too complicated to understand. The inflationary model as well, I think it's in it's in our shared representations today. Everyone kind of understands it as well. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it was just like back when I first realized that the universe is the same model as an explosion, and he went to expanding space just to explain it. I'm like, did no one cross-check that? Like, has no one ever been questioning that? And no one has. It's like, it's really weird. Like, scientists are supposed to question everything, but like, there's one thing they never questioned. I don't know. It was weird to me. Like, I can't be the first one to question. Like, I must be wrong, right? Because like everyone is agreeing on this thing, and there's like, that's their life. That's what they do all day. Is astrophysics and cosmology. I'm not in astrophysics or cosmology, right? And it's like, but they never question this, and they're not like, I didn't get it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of the question, but when you get a paycheck, not to question it, they'll stop questioning it.
Yeah, maybe. I guess it's just like so part. It's even something that's, I don't know. It's like so part of the public consciousness that you don't question it.
Yeah, like I really don't believe in just dark energy expansion. I just say it's probably a result of negative curvature. It's an illusion from negative curvature.
Could be, yeah. There's a few different solutions to the problem, yeah. But yeah, this one I wanted to present because it's questioning an interpretation on data that should have been questioned at the time. I don't know how we got away with it.
They did question it at the time. They said the model works good, so we'll go with it for now. It's always tentative.
So Hank, if you understand it so well, why do you need an expanding space in order to explain Hubble's measurements?
I don't. I use negative curvature.
You just use negative curvature?
Yeah, because it's pretty much the same. Just you don't have to put in the dark energy magic in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just don't assume space expanding. It's just what we.
Yeah, that makes sense. That works too.
Yeah, that's what we observe it doing based on just the curvature.
Now, is the curvature a result of something or the cause?
It's the cause of our observation.
Yeah.
Like if you played Hyper Rogue, it looks like it's expanding forever, but that's just the curvature. But
so I was thinking about something similar today, but so curvature could be the result of the fact that everything far away is back in time, and so that would create a curvature.
Yep.
Naturally.
Yep. Naturally.
So it could just be a result of that.
Yeah, and if the time flows fast around gravitational objects, then that would just make the accentuate result.
Faster? Slower?
Slower?
Time goes slower around gravitational objects, I thought.
I guess it's slow. It's slower. Yeah, I guess it's... Yeah, time to actually go slower around gravitational objects. Then it's just... Yeah. And it's in the void, just more rest. So it should go faster, yeah. It should be going faster or further away from gravity, yeah.
Let me ask. Yeah, time slows down. Yep. Yeah. So you're not at all happy about what's going on with the government, Annie? Like, are you starting to see some good things or not so much?
I've always been someone who, well, more so when I was younger, I get excited when things start to fall apart. Because, maybe it'll be rebuilt better, but right. It's just, I don't know, the health insurance thing hits me, on a survival level. I've lived without health insurance before, and the situation, it's one of the worst things about this country. It's just so absurd, the healthcare system.
Yeah.
And I don't understand Also, like, I was listening to a press conference with Trump this morning about the plane crash. He's just a vile person. He's just, it's like he's just blaming. I mean, and
Is
like,
he? Okay,
yeah,
I didn't see that one.
well, they were talking about.
I see the narrative crafting. Like all day long is all he's doing is narrative crafting when he's talking.
Well, right. I mean, we need to talk about like what's real. He like he was talking about this plane crash, and like he needs handlers. Like he just spitballs and says the stupidest stuff. So he was talking about the plane crash, and he was like, "Well, we're going to get to the bottom of why this happened, but we do have some opinions. I'd like to share." And then he's going after the equity and inclusion stuff that all governments have been doing.
Mhm.
And he was saying like the FAA is they're hiring people like with mental handicaps and and people
Right,
with
that fits into the narrative. Yeah.
and he's even singling out like dwarfism. People with dwarfism cannot be air traffic controllers. Like, show me the evidence that a mentally handicapped person has been hired as an air traffic controller. I mean, I'm putting those people in the workforce and offering them other jobs, not air traffic controlling, because those people are, like, show me the evidence. So he's just like,
let's assume they were. Let's assume that was happening. The strength said he's a handicap too, and he's a narcissist and crazy and has dementia. So he wants the people who are insulting him, says he shouldn't have power, decide who should have power.
Is this a Pharisees argument?
Yes.
Okay.
And I guess it just scares me all of the spin, because I really want to know what's true. And it's like they can say anything, and it's going to be believed and repeated.
Yeah, it is going to be believed in. This is the golden age of America. Didn't you know? That's the narrative.
And the whole thing with the funding, I don't understand if he was just like with revoking all that funding. Did he really think it was going to work? Or was he
didn't
just
know
what funding?
He was going to do something.
Freezing all of the federal funding for everything, for schools, children, healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid.
No, it's a power play. He's showing who controls the funding.
Yeah,
but he's
showing everybody.
It is illegal. Like I don't know why he thought. Like, is it just a game?
He's a lame duck.
It's not going to work.
He's a lame duck.
He has to pay eventually, but he can delay the payment, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lame duck situation, which is rare. So he'll just do whatever the heck he wants.
Yeah.
It seems like we could be finding actual solutions and making positive changes rather than just making chaos. To answer your question, like, what should I be seeing that's good? What should I be happy about with this administration? Like, how is this
going up?
Well, I mean, he is trying to clean up the criminals, I guess, in all the cities.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to enable the ICE people and the border patrol stuff.
Okay, but he's pardoning all the January 6th people. Like, those are criminals.
Yeah, but they're criminals that support him, and that's different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying everything he's doing is great, but some of the stuff might be good. I don't know.
We'll see.
Wondering if there is something. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. Yeah. Well, I know, like, I had a friend here. I don't know if I said this last stream, but he had sanctions on him, so he didn't have access to his personal bank account just because of where he was living. And first day Trump got in, sanctions were lifted. He finally had access to his bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, over here, things are good.
Oh, that's good.
Like, better, And it feels like fighting against America to be able to win the war it's not a good place to be in. And now it's kind of the opposite, where they're not getting in our way anymore.
Finally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of government workers. Yep. That's how you cut them. I saw something where, like, most of the government spending, like, the workers is a drop in the bucket, the actual employees. and most of the government spending is on non-workers stuff.
Mhm. I
So
just
cutting workers shouldn't really help too much.
like you could say philosophically that bureaucracy is bloated and government spending
Yeah.
is bloated. Fine, you can say that. But if you take away these essential programs, you have to replace them with something. People are going to die. Children
Yeah.
are going to go hungry. You have to replace it. You can't.
I saw the media like making that exact point, and he said, "No, we're not cutting," or whatever. A spokesperson kept saying, "No, we're not cutting any of those things. Any of those things that keep people alive. Any of those personal things. We're not cutting any of that."
I mean, for me, the health insurance that I have, those assets were frozen
Really?
for a time until the government lifted it. Yeah, I mean that's what they're reporting, that
Yeah.
the money that pays for. So in Oregon, people who are on this, it's basically like socialized medicine. That's what we have in Oregon. It's different
Okay.
from other states.
Yeah.
So I have healthcare.
How's that
And
working for you guys? Is it's a positive thing, you think?
I think it's really good. I mean,
Good.
I think the medical care is good, but that was frozen. And if you look at the percentage of Oregonians that are on that plan, it's super high. So it affects a lot of
Yeah.
people. So imagine like you go into your office the next day, nothing can be approved. No procedures for that day can be approved because there's no flow. So that is going to affect people.
The way chaos works is if you create chaos, the chaos comes towards you, right? Like if you're the cause of the chaos, it's going to come towards you. So anyone who got their funding cut is going to make a big noise, especially with all the Karens you guys have.
Mhm.
So it's not going to be fun for him to do stuff like that that pisses people off, and he's eventually going to,
Mhm.
turn back on the funding, I'm sure. But yeah, it sounds like he is causing chaos to see who like he's shaking the trees to see what falls loose.
Like if he really wants to eliminate the Affordable Care Act, which he's talked about, it has to be replaced with something. I mean,
False. That's false. You replace
I
it with
mean,
nothing.
for me, it means having no health insurance. I can't afford it. That's
Yeah.
what it means. And the way that the works are structured, some employers pay for health insurance, but like a lot of them don't. It's not like I can just go work at the grocery store and get
Right.
a healthcare package like it used to be before the Affordable Care Act. So
Mhm.
then I have to pay for that. I talked to some of my clients who are paying out of pocket for that. They're paying, like $700 a month for health insurance. There's absolutely no way I can do that.
Yeah. No, the health fees there are way overpriced too. All of the medical prescription fees are high and everything. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, if only we can have the health insurance companies compete against state lines, so we don't have to have super huge networks that rip people off.
Yeah. I mean, I was lucky. I grew up in Canada, free healthcare my whole life.
And what's it like in Israel?
In Israel, it's similar. There's no healthcare refusal. By law, you have to belong to a healthcare provider, like a hospital brand, I guess. It's like hospital brands,
Mhm.
healthcare brands. So you're part of one brand, but if you go to a hospital, you might have to pay something out of pocket for the hospital. But if you stay within your brand, you're okay.
Mhm.
I know it's kind of weird,
Yeah,
but it works.
we don't have denial of care. We just get a huge bill. I mean, they're not going to let us
Yeah,
die if we go to the hospital, but
that's
we could
good.
have, $100,000 bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just, most people they just can't pay it. It's like a bankruptcy situation.
Yep. Yeah, it's exorbitant.
Mhm.
Yeah, so here, as long as you actually need the care, so they usually cover most of it. But if you're just going to the hospital and you didn't need the care and you can't prove that you needed it, then I don't know what happens.
So what does that do for maintenance and preventative stuff? Because if you're
You
just
have to
doing,
have a family doctor within your kupa, within your
yeah,
brand. Yeah.
yeah,
And
because
they know how to use the system and send you to professionals and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
so before we had the Affordable Care Act, a lot of people were not getting preventative maintenance, and so there was no cancer screenings for them. There were no annual checkups. And then when they ended up in the hospital, it truly was an emergency. It's like,
Right.
oh, I have cancer and it's stage 4. Like,
Right.
nobody was screening for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I get messages all the time to do blood tests. It's time for a blood test, and I just don't bother. Maybe I should.
Yeah, Russ has not had a checkup. I wish he would just, because here you can also pay out of pocket for like a basic metabolic panel,
Yeah.
I just would like a baseline on him. I was really pushing for him to do that when he was when I want the SI,
Yeah.
It's kind of useless though. So I haven't been going for checkups either because they kind of don't know what they're looking for most of the time, unless you have a specific thing. So the last time I went to the doctors, I was just checking. I was just getting my feet tested just so I could tell my company to let me do what I've been doing because my feet are fine. Don't change the policy, and that's what I did. So I'm still waiting for the bill for that. But I got the medical payment card. So I'm ready to pay for it as soon as I get the bill. Use the health savings account.
The only thing that I know about Russ is his blood pressure is high and his heart rate is very high. I mean, that's partially because of his size. He's tall and just has a faster heart rate. But yeah, when we take blood pressure measurements, like I'll take mine and mine is really good and except sometimes low. And then he'll take his and it'll be high and he'll say, "No, let me do it again. I can do it. I can beat this thing." I have high blood pressure. So he'll do it over and over again, trying to get a lower number. Like, no, that's not how it works. Calm down. Take some breaths.
It's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted a baseline for him when he was 45 so I could compare and see, what changes in 5 years. What is his cholesterol?
Yeah, you're good at tracking that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been back because it's usually just a waste of money. They don't, unless you point them to a specific thing, what to look for. They don't even know.
I don't know. They're really good here. I'm impressed because I'm skeptical of doctors. And I've had good ones and bad ones.
Yeah.
I really only had one that was bad. I just didn't agree with their judgment. But yeah, I'm really impressed.
Even when it's free, I don't go, I guess.
So you don't have any like baseline of data either?
Not really, no.
Well, what about you just did your military health checks? Do you have
I did? Yeah, I did. They just had to sign a form that I don't have any of those check marks, like no whatever. I don't know.
No splints.
Yeah, and no psychological medicine, no stuff like that.
Oh, so they didn't actually run any tests.
Right.
They just looked you up and down and said, "No, he looks good."
Something like that, yeah. Looked at my medical history and signed that I wasn't in a psychiatric ward or any of that kind of that. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I think I'm just on edge. I always get really insecure when business is bad, and it's been really bad this year. And yeah. I wonder if it's because people are freaked out. Maybe. They're not sure what 2020.
When the economy is bad, like you said, they don't want massages.
Yeah. They can't afford groceries, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, if you can't afford groceries, then they won't buy massages.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully the economy gets better. That's the narrative anyways that he's pushing. Everything is going to be a golden age. You didn't hear?
Yeah, I don't know how much he can control that. It really annoys me when people pointing at the price of eggs because this has nothing to do with Trump. This is about the bird flu. So they're blaming Trump for the price of eggs. It's like, well, let's be a little bit more rational about this. It's
also going to take time, any changes he does make.
Yeah.
Trickle down economics takes a while to trickle down.
And I just hate that term. I just have this internalized like Reaganomics chip on my shoulder. I just don't. It didn't work.
What didn't work?
the whole Reagan trickle down economics thing, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's just more and more disparity.
Yeah.
It seems like theoretically like it could work, but it hasn't. I don't think it will.
Well, I mean, the idea is kind of, maybe it's 2NI. I don't know. Like a rising tide rises all ships, or whatever that saying is.
Yeah, but the middle class and the lower class is not rising. It's
Well,
the rich people in the future.
Yeah, it could work, except we don't enforce many regulations that we need to make that playing field fair, so work properly. So it's kind of designed not to work.
This 4-bedroom house that I grew up in the 80s, brand new house, new construction, it was like $25,000.
Yeah. Cost of living has gone up for sure.
Yeah.
The buying power of our generation is way lower than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to get some of the computers engineered to be repairable on the cheap instead of having to throw the whole thing out. Just a waste of precious metals.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big deal to have be able to just take a lithium-ion battery out and put another one in, like cell. I don't think that should be a big problem. But the modern computer engineer said, "Oh no, it's too hard or something, or whatever excuse." I haven't been able to get to them, but so there's fewer computers that can just go ahead and pull the battery out because reasons.
Yeah, it wouldn't be profitable. You need to buy a new device.
I saw a new chip design, maybe it was like last week, that was able to really reduce the power consumption beyond possibly even the Landauer limit just by using resonators. It's interesting. Apparently all of the energy that it takes to power computation, most of it goes away if it's one directional computation. And if you're able to keep it two directional by using resonators, then you don't consume that much energy. It's interesting. So I don't know what this company is, if they're successful yet or not, but it's very promising if they keep going. And then there was that new AI thing that popped was it this week or last week?
Yeah. Russ was really excited about that, or interested in talking about it. Yeah.
Like bringing the training cost way down.
Mm-hmm. And then OpenAI is suing them.
Yeah, really? Because what they did was just took OpenAI's output and just using his input. So
yeah, they were training it off of something else. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were training AI off of AI. It's like a copy of a copy.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a simulacrum.
Yeah.
But cheaper, so it's better, right?
Which cheaper, but also I guess you're using OpenAI's power to your advantage.
Yes,
you're doing that.
Yeah, and let them do the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah. Distill models. They have a few interesting things going on in that chip. I saw they had one where it was, I guess it's simulating a lot more what's happening in human cognition, where we have all of these programs running and we have to put them in hierarchies, I guess. And yeah, they have to talk to each other to figure out what to agree on. And so what they're doing as well is something similar. They've got different expert regions in the AI, and then something's directing it to whichever experts are in charge of figuring out the info and spitting back the info, something like that.
So basically the same thing they always done?
No, because what you've always done is you're letting the AI do that sort of thing on its own. Discover that, like how to divide the information, and like one neuron over here might connect to one neuron over here, and there's no control over that. But with the expert stuff, it's like, okay, this region is all responsible for language. This region is all responsible for, this kind of process. And that's something that I was thinking about as well with like cognition, where like we have got the same thing going on. We've got different functions going on in cognition, and like you have thinking and feeling, and then at the end you've got to resolve the two. And so it's more similar to that kind of thing, the will to power and our cognition.
Yeah, but when we do just the normal computing, we divide things into those kind of regions anyways. So
Yeah, like a normal computer, like a GPU for graphics.
yeah, we
Yeah,
basically
sure.
that.
Sure. But there's not like two GPUs fighting for how to do graphics. You know what I mean?
Unless you put two of them in there,
Okay.
then they are.
All right, Hank, you always win. What can I say?
I experienced something this recently that was just like the biggest leap in technology, and I don't understand it at all. I don't know what they did, but I have these white noise earbuds that I use to cover
Okay.
up snoring. You can also stream Bluetooth or whatever.
Yep.
So I had this model, and I feel like I can't live without them, but it only lasted a couple years, and the battery was getting shorter and shorter. And the battery was only ever 4 hours, which helps,
Wow.
Right. Better than nothing. And then it was right around Black Friday when the ones that I had crapped out, and the new model was on sale. And
Nice.
I just felt like, in one way, I feel guilty. Like, why do I need to spend money to sleep? Like, or another, battery operated device, just like more plastic, more trash in the world. Why do I need these high-tech solutions for sleeping? But like, I'm really, really attached to these things. They really help. And
They've got more than 4 hours now?
well, yeah. So they were on sale. I read the reviews. I went for it because people were saying the battery life is longer. It's 10 hours. Like, how did they go from 4 hours to 10 hours in just, what did they do to this battery? How
What's
did it?
the time difference between them two models?
Well, the first model was lasting about 4 hours.
No, but I mean, what's the time difference between when they were released?
I don't know the original release date. I don't know. It's a Soundcore product.
Because they do make a lot of improvements in batteries recently.
Hmm.
I don't know do you know what kind of battery they're on now?
No.
Okay, let's look it up. What's the model?
It's Soundcore Sleep Buds. It's just like the newest.
Okay, Soundcore Sleep Buds battery type. Noise blocking sleep earbuds. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You and your sleep teas and your sleep earbuds. You're not sleep first, are you?
I have so many procedures. Yeah. And the new procedure is for Russ to not tell me upsetting things right when I'm.
Yeah, no shit. Your sister's probably gonna get fired. Good luck sleeping now.
Yeah. Guess what? You might not have health insurance tomorrow.
Yeah. It sounds like a good policy. Let's see. It doesn't say what kind of battery they're using here.
Hey, Reggie.
Oh, Reggie's here?
Oh, he's in the comments.
Oh, you should join the stream, the panel.
Yeah.
Unless he's working. Well, he can get away with it.
Oh, we've got to be a bad influence. Even if he's working, he should join us.
Oh, yeah. Whatever Benjamin says.
Yeah.
So now I just don't know how long they're going to last, like when will the battery start to decline? And
I mean, by the time you throw them out, the next model will be out and it'll be way better.
Yeah, but it feels wasteful. I feel guilty about buying devices like that every, couple of years.
Then buy the same model when it's on the cheap because they'll sell the same model for less somewhere.
That's true. Let's get them on eBay.
I've got just a lithium-ion battery.
So can that catch on fire and
yes,
explode my brain while I'm sleeping?
I don't know if it can explode your brain, but it can catch on fire.
It'll burn off my ear.
I doubt it.
It could catch on fire if the battery overheats. Yes.
That's another thing to worry about now.
I don't know if you should worry about it. They do safety test this stuff. Like they won't release it to the public without going through safety standards.
Yeah. Well, shit happens. I mean, you hear stories.
My AirPods haven't burned off my ear.
What version is it? The A3102?
I don't. Yeah, the newest. I mean, I don't have it in front of me because it's at the other sleeping house. But
the other sleeping houses. You have 2 sleeping houses.
no, I sleep at the other house. I don't sleep up here. Is my office. There's no bed. No. Yeah, it's the A20 is the newest one.
A20.
Soundcore Sleep A20. Yeah.
Jay sent me his Trinity theory. I haven't really had a chance to look at it, but
All right, let's look at it now.
we can look at it now.
So what is the guy Liam's type?
TESE #1.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like 1 or 2.
He's a 1, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling. I was feeling the TE.
Uh-huh.
And feeling the 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're getting those lithium-ion batteries really small now, and maybe they're reducing the power consumption as well on the earbuds.
Yeah, so those are really comfortable, but I sleep on my back. If you sleep on your side, I think you would have to have a really super squishy pillow because it might bruise your ear cartilage.
Oh, like they protrude, they stick out?
Well, you know how easy it is to bruise the ears?
I don't. No.
Okay,
No.
it's a me thing. I don't know.
No, you might be right. I just don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, I briefly sleep on my side, on one side, and then on the other side in the morning for like 15 minutes just while I'm waking up, and it presses because my pillow's too hard.
Right.
Bruises my ear.
Yeah, if you have headphones that are too tight, they push on the outside of your ear. That hurts. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. White noise. You don't like. Have you tried white noise devices in the room? Those
Russ
aren't
like
good.
it. When I was single,
Russ doesn't like it.
When I was
so
single,
give him silencing headphones so he doesn't hear the white noise.
Right, he should be.
You interrupted snoring.
Yeah, these can stream. It's kind of cool because you can stream Bluetooth, so you can do like a binaural beats kind of thing, like a theta wave. And then you can set a timer, like do the theta wave for 1 hour or 2 hours, and then switch to the white noise. And you can rearrange the white noise, adjust it however you want, or they have these preset things that's like high frequency, mid frequency, or low frequency masking. And so I do the low frequency masking because I figure a snore is probably a low frequency.
A snore would be a low frequency, yeah, because it's the pitch is low. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it masks the snore, I guess.
Pretty good, except if it gets really loud, really loud snore. But that's what elbows are for.
Yeah, it is exactly 100%.
Yeah, it's great because I will. I don't really have to use the elbow. I just put a hand on Russ, and he somehow knows, like, oh, I need to turn over. I need to shut up, and he never remembers. Even when I do use an elbow, he doesn't remember all of my violence in the middle of the night. So it's great. I'm glad he doesn't remember it.
He just doesn't know where the bruises come from. They
No.
just magically appear.
No bruises.
Okay. Yeah. Don't send him to a checkup after a violent night.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like with the Trump thing. I'm not saying his narrative is wrong. Like it's not going to happen. I just see him narrative crafting all the time. Like that's all he's doing. Every time he's on stage, he's narrative crafting, mentioning the Biden administration and mentioning his rise to power and like just talking about his narrative all day. I don't.
That's what he was insinuating in the press conference today, that this crash was probably, the fault of, it was Obama and Biden, the policies that they, I would like to understand why this happened. I mean, ground
Yeah.
the helicopter, hey, do you see that plane? And they're like, yeah, we see it. And
Yeah,
then,
it must be Obama's fault. It wasn't like there was an orange guy in the presidency after Obama.
No, well, don't you know Obama's running the Democratic Party from behind the scenes now? He's the puppet master. He's not
probably
gone.
running. I bet he's running both parties, right?
No, he's still there. He's not gone.
Yes.
He's the magic control hand behind everything.
Is Obama the president right now?
No, he failed. He ran a bad candidate.
Now, I bet Obama's whispering instructions to Trump behind the scenes.
But to be honest, when she was speaking, she did seem like she was mimicking Obama.
Oh, Hillary, you mean?
No, not Hillary.
Well, yes, Hillary, but also
Kamala Harris.
Oh, right.
When she talked, it seemed like she was mimicking Obama.
Yeah, so yes, Hillary, but also Kamala.
For whatever reason, I cannot stand the sound of her voice.
You're not alone. Yeah.
It really irritates me.
Yeah.
And I feel like
audio. I get it.
Like for no particular reason, and it feels kind of like petty, but I would usually turn off the radio when I heard her voice.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you on that.
There was just something like plaintive about it,
Whiny, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, she is a lawyer, so that explains a lot.
And yeah, I guess a little bit Karen-y too, like a bit judgy. She didn't have a poor girl. She's going through it. She didn't give up though. I think she's still planning for next time.
I think it's interesting the people talking about like changing the rules so that a president can serve for 8 terms or 8 years instead of 4, like longer. That's like Trump isn't gonna live that long, I don't think. I mean,
probably not. Yeah.
No, Trump's gonna eat Elon's magic beans and be immortal. So.
Well, that is true. Technology is getting pretty good on solving aging problems. Yeah, a couple more generations and aging will be solved, apparently. That's what they're saying. I don't know if I believe it, but if it happens, it happens.
Then what? I mean, will we keep also also keep reproducing? Like we're going to reproduce and never die?
Yeah, no, we've been slowing the reproduction pretty steadily, so.
So yeah. We'll colonize Mars?
Yeah, probably. I don't want to go to Mars. I like air too much and trees.
And food.
Yeah, food, yeah. Well, I mean, I could eat paste for a couple of years, but not more than a couple of years. They'd have to bring me back after a couple of years.
It takes a couple of years just to get there.
Exactly. So, I wouldn't be a good candidate. But yeah, I could survive paste for a while, just, not that long.
I prefer peanut butter. That's my
peanut
favorite
butter?
paste. Yeah, it's my favorite paste.
Yeah. And air. Air is nice.
Mm-hmm. And water, not just drinking it, but like getting in it.
Right, showering.
Like I want it, on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drinking also fresh water that's not recycled pee.
Oh, Don't Look Up. Yeah, that was hilarious. That movie, Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really funny.
I saw it. It was kind of funny. It was like the ones and the twos, and I'm trying to capitalize off the catastrophe, and that's what ended up killing everyone, I guess, because they couldn't.
Yeah.
It was too much narrative crafting and propaganda, and they didn't actually do anything. Yeah. Was that what happened? I think that's what happened.
I think it was like a direct metaphor, like for the pandemic,
Right.
like the meteor headed towards Earth and everyone, not taking it seriously and profiting and all that. So I quit my like thinking about getting in water. I quit my YMCA membership.
Oh.
Yeah, I just couldn't afford it. It's like it went up even more. It's like $73 a month. But also, it's something about the OE. It was too many options for exercising. Like,
Yeah.
if I went to the YMCA for me, selfishly, to get a different workout and be in the hot tub and the sauna for a while, then I would feel guilty because maybe I wouldn't walk my dog that day. And yeah, or it's like going there and it's this whole ordeal. Like, I work out, sit in the hot tub, sit in the sauna. It's very relaxing, but that's like a whole 2-hour ordeal. When I could have just exercised intensely for 20 minutes and been done, just like really time consuming. And then also it's hard for me in terms of the chaos. So you can't keep anything there, like your toiletries or your towel or anything. So you're bringing all your stuff. And I tried to reduce it and be like as low maintenance as possible. Like, so you get, gyms are, so you get out of the shower and you're all dripping wet and you go to your locker and there's some other naked lady standing right in front of your locker because she's using, the locker below or above you. And the locker room is just packed. It's just full of like dripping wet naked people everywhere.
Right.
And so I don't know. It was
a popular gym.
Well, I loved it. I mean, I want to support it. I love that it's close, but the way that it works is like I should reapply for the scholarship, based on my tax return, because then I can get it for cheaper. Because the reason it's $73 is because they're paying for the people with the scholarships and for childcare. It's free childcare when you go there. So it's a really great community support for people, but it's like you have the boomers paying that high price and then the other people paying at a lower rate.
And getting the benefits.
Yeah. And I should have been one of those people.
Paying for their benefits.
Yeah. Like based on my income, I should have applied.
Right.
To do that. Yeah.
Also, especially since you're not using the benefits, why would you be taxed for it?
Right. Yeah.
Well.
So I'm glad because that was going to hit my bank account on the 1st. So now it's not. So I just saved $75. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with gyms. I've done this over and over again. Joined them and then felt like I wasn't using them enough because I just end up exercising on my own.
You have your your weight suit, right?
Oh, yeah. I have a 20-pounder and a 30-pounder. I was up to the 30-pound, and then after I got COVID, I went back down to the 20-pound. And then I also have a trampoline, which I love.
Oh.
When I jump on the trampoline and listen to music, or sometimes I'll just put on like a binge-worthy show that I'm watching and jump while I'm watching some trashy TV.
Okay.
And that gets my heart rate up more to as if I'm running. It'll go up to like 130, where when I'm walking with the weight vest, it goes up to 80 maybe, no matter how fast I'm walking. So it allows me to exercise at a higher heart rate.
You exercise, Hank? Negative.
Yes, I do a lot.
Really?
I usually just go in the park because I don't want to waste money on gyms. Because I looked at the YMCA, it's about the same price here as is where Annie is, so I never joined it.
So when you go to the park, what do you do?
Cardio and sometimes body only exercises, and I pretty much do body only exercises wherever I am. So
what's the cardio? Like running?
Yep.
Running?
Yep, running. That's why I can make sure I have enough stamina to last through whatever workday I get. Who's calling me? It's a scam. I'm not picking that up. It's a scam. Likely, I'm not picking it up.
I get so many text messages like a couple times a week that it's just a phone number I don't recognize, and they just say hi.
I got one this week. They're like, there's a problem with your address for your package. Go and right.
Yeah,
I'm
get
like,
those.
I don't have a package. Let me click on this. Oh, it looks legit. Let me enter my address correctly. Oh, credit card. No, I know what this is.
Yeah. So the ones that say hi, sometimes I feel like, oh, this is maybe someone who's expecting me to engage with them because they're, my number's public for massage,
That's right.
And I used to sometimes sort of respond back because I thought, well, but then I just started thinking like, no, this is not a professional way to communicate. If they want to do business with me, they'll say, hi, my name is so-and-so. Can I learn more about your business?
Right.
I don't respond anymore. I'm getting one now that I owe a toll fee, and we don't have any tolls anywhere in Oregon. There's no toll, and I haven't left the state since 2018. So, yeah, lots of scams.
Lots of scams. Yeah, lots of scams. And a lot of them aren't even coming from the U.S. I guess they're call centers in India.
Yeah.
Or somewhere. China.
Oh, like, have you heard about like they have those people are sometimes just like captive, like they're forced
Probably
to do scams.
Or economics choices, like the economy is forcing them to just work there as well. It's the only place that'll hire them.
I mean, it changed how I felt. When you get those, you get kind of angry, and you want to mess with the person.
Yeah.
But then after that, I just kind of started ignoring them because I'm thinking this could be like a prisoner somewhere that's forced to do all these texts, and I don't want to treat them poorly or take it out on them, so.
There's definitely good content made on those people who, they upload their whole situation.
Really? So they're making social videos about
out of the scammers and teasing them and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the scam baiters. Yes, I want the scammers to quit and do something else.
Yeah, where they like waste all their time for an entire day and then mess up the money transfer at the end.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
they're funny. Yeah,
and then the whole video is about their reaction, getting mad.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't let me scam you.
I don't understand, like, if they're so sophisticated and like we have AI now, why do they use certain language that gives them away? Like, why do they say kindly, like kind regards, and like these things that tip off?
Yeah, they want the stupidest people, so it's easier to scam them. So they're actually trying to find stupid people, so they have a higher confirm rate after they get them in the funnel.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that does.
Okay. Yeah, there's all kinds of scammers over the years. Back when email was first around, people were using email to scam. They don't do that anymore.
Well, they do, email. But they're being filtered out before.
Yeah. Right. And then some use like dating apps to like get money sent over, stuff like that. Creative ways to scam people. Yeah, I don't like it. It's like it hits the most vulnerable people, the most foolish people. who don't realize that there are scammers out there.
The new one is actual phone calls using AI. So like a lady got one, heard this story on the radio. She got a call and it sounded like her son saying that he'd been in an accident or something, or was arrested or something like that and needed a transfer of money, but they were using his voice. And she said it was very convincing, you know.
Wow.
And people fell for it. You know, you get a call from your child who is in trouble, needs your help, then you transfer the money.
Yeah, you don't even think, is this a scam?
Mm-hmm.
Was it from his, he probably used a different number or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, like, hey mom, you know, yeah, my phone got destroyed.
Right.
You know, I'm in trouble. I need your help. Yeah.
That's dirty. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Where is everybody?
No idea.
Right here.
Mr. Salt's here. Yeah, Hank's very reliable.
Okay, well, let's talk about drooling. So when I was younger, I remember a few times I drooled in my sleep and I thought it was really disgusting. I never drool. Like, do people drool? I asked my mom and she says she does sometimes.
Kids drool.
But do adults not drool?
If you like put something pressure on your mouth and your mouth is slightly open, you could.
Like if you're sleeping on your side.
Yeah, like on your hand. Yeah.
Yeah. I just haven't drooled in, 40 years.
If you're autistic like Hank, you drool. Oh, come on, Hank. You didn't even crack a smile.
I only drool when I'm bored, like now.
All right. We got to be boring. Then Hank will drool for us.
And I think like spit is really disgusting. Like it grosses me out more than blood. But I've heard that other people feel this way too. And like it makes sense because I guess that's where colds come from. I mean, you can catch colds. I mean, does everyone else think it's as disgusting as I do?
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want someone else's weird mouth biome on you.
Mm-hmm.
You have an Ayurveda doctor.
Oh. Huh.
Stomach worms.
Interesting.
Why did you bring up drooling? Where did you?
I was just thinking about it the other day. I don't remember what caused the original thought, but I was just thinking about how I did drool a few times when I was a child, and it's pretty gross, and I never drool as an adult.
When I was a kid, I thought spit was so gross I didn't want to swallow it. So I was spitting, like my mouth would get full of spit and I'd have nowhere to stick it, so I would like spit onto my clothes.
Well, that's gross.
Yeah, it's really gross. But like I didn't want to swallow it.
Yeah, you got to spit on the dirt like a normal person.
Yeah, no, but like you're in class, you can't spit on the floor.
Oh,
but
that's
I don't know.
really complicated.
How old I was.
Yeah, that's a heavy burden.
Yeah.
I have an idea. I'm actually gonna leave the studio to make room for other people because I'm pretty certain I scare you normal people now, and
I don't think you scare my normal people. I think you're just bored and you're scared you're gonna start drooling.
No, I could just drool for you if you need it.
All right.
But yes, and my crazy people will be here next week. I don't want them to be here now to scare Annie, so she's not feeling that great anyways. So
what are your plans for next week? Do you have any plans yet, Hank?
Yeah. I'm probably just gonna continue more stuff and gifts differing.
Okay. Yeah. Until people interrupt us.
Exactly, like they always do. Or maybe they won't. But they want to get personal with stuff. Well, they have more stuff to lose than they say they do. Because I listen very well. I listen to them. So you have more things to lose than you think you do. So don't um f around. That's pretty simple. Don't f around because you'll lose more stuff than you think you would.
Well, what are they losing by effing around?
Possibly their credibility with their families, possibly some pets. So I just recommend strongly not to f around.
Okay.
You understand what he's saying, Annie? No. Okay.
Then don't worry about it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for jumping on, Hank.
Yeah.
Let's see what content we can produce here. So you found all of the team stuff? There's no one missing from teams?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's an IJ I've been trying to get on to 17, and he's an IJ. So he was having some laptop problems, had never used Discord before. And so it's been a really slow process, but I have added him, and I signaled him in the team chat, and then I messaged him on Facebook to ask him if he saw,
Right.
the mention. So we're working on it. Yeah, it's been a slow process.
So you have a person, you just can't get them in the, yeah.
Yeah, we're close. We're getting closer every day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and so all the teams are settled for now. Yeah. Some of them, though, really just aren't typing at a very fast pace. So the number that we have that are actually typing, one a month, is not very many. So I think I need to check in.
Yeah. We also need to step up a bit too. I don't know how many clients we have, but
yeah, I mean, you're doing great considering. I guess I figured there was a little bit of lag this last cycle, but I know you have a lot going on, and it was the new year, so I just figured. It seemed like at the new year too, people were kind of slow to warm up to the new year. There wasn't a whole lot of activity until like maybe 10 days in, and then suddenly there was a lot of activity.
Yeah. Israel banned UNRWA today, finally.
Oh, yeah, good.
I mean, the ban was already there, but they had until today to get out. So they're gone.
Oh, I just was seeing that IJs are cringe. I was just thinking about when what's his name was on your Austin. You remember that? Like, that was pretty funny.
What, when I trolled him a little bit?
Well, he was late and chaotic, and it was promoting his website thing. And do you remember that?
Yeah.
In 24. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
And he was just really, really playing his part. He was.
Yeah. And I was there calling him out on it. Yeah. Austin, what a character. I haven't checked his website in a while. I wonder what happened to it. He took it down. It's gone through several evolutions. Have you tracked that at all?
No, not really. I mean, no. I haven't seen him mention it because I'm friends with him. I see his posts, but I haven't seen him.
And now it just links to his Facebook.
Yeah.
So like his original one was he's going to fix your business for you. Call him in. He's a business. And he's got all of these testimonials written in the way he writes things with like different faces.
Yeah.
So scammy.
And I've worked with business coaches before, and yeah, they are like that. Or sometimes their advice is good. They're like, if you do this and repeat this, it will work. And I'm like, yeah, but my FI can't get on board with that. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to pretend, act as if. I hate pretending to be more successful than I am in order to be successful.
I'm just like, if you have a company, you've made a company, you have enough money to hire someone to help you out. Why would you take their advice when they've never owned a company and they're just going to tell you how to run your own company? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
That's a huge thing in coaching, because in 2020 so many people got into coaching,
Right.
and the coaches that are making the most money are selling other coaches coaching about how to make their business succeed. Like a pyramid kind of thing.
Yeah, like a pyramid thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the coaches that I had, they said if you want to make $10,000 a month, you need to design a program that costs $10,000 and sell one a month. Like,
Yep.
I just don't. I don't know. It's like real, like in the coaching that I have real conversations with real people, and I'm not promising that I'm going to fix all their problems. It's like it's a dialogue, you know? It's like facilitated introspection, and
Yeah.
I don't know. It just doesn't, it seems really, really scammy to create a program and say, you know, by the end of this program, you will have this and this and this, and you will know how to XYZ, and you know, this is going to transform your life. And yeah, $10,000. It's stupid.
And then the same website transformed when I was tracking it, and he turned it into a lawn cutting business or something like that. And basically, he would provide the leads for the lawn. So if you wanted to have your lawn cut, you would come to him, and he would he would sell the leads to other lawn cutters, and that's how he wanted to make his money. But then that came down.
I am sick of middlemen, you know. I am so sick of it. Like the whole
Yeah.
Uber thing, the Uber Eats. I mean, like the food delivery during the pandemic, I think was a useful service. We didn't use it personally. I've never had food delivered to my house. I think that was like a good service, and it's a good option if you're sick. But just like what that does to the businesses, taking the profit.
I mean, some people make money like that. They go to the grocery store for you, and they buy stuff and they deliver it.
Yeah, we have Instacart, and I think that's a good option for elderly people, you know, or people that are sick and they can't get to the grocery store, or even really busy people, you know.
Yeah, single people who don't have someone to help them with house stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just we do all that ourselves, and we're reevaluating the garden, and well, you know, Russ is in charge of that, but we had a conversation about only growing food. So that means, you know, other things we might grow that are, you know, ornamental or medicinal. We talked about needing more space for actual produce because we're not sure what's going to happen with prices.
I don't know who he's talking to. Oh, Bin. Okay. Do you think you have a mental bias in regards to the society and government you voluntarily partake in and vow your allegiance and serve to? I don't know. Maybe. Don't you? Do you have one? Yeah, probably. Some kind of bias.
I've talked about this with, you know, with Russ. You know, what would he do if he was in Israel, you know?
Yeah.
Probably the same thing that you're doing. Oh, I don't know, because of the age, because you're over 40. I don't know. I mean, I don't, he might not volunteer at that point.
Yeah. I went to it was interesting. Let's see if I can pull it up. Oh, it's Google Photos. Here. I went to a thing this week. They took a picture of me with my my eyes closed. So it was like an event for they're trying to encourage what's it called? Orthodox Jews to join the army. And so it was like a unit that was sort of that, I guess a long time ago. So these are all the people I served with. So this guy is still doing something a little bit in the army, and then I am, but they're not all partaking, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when I was there, it was an interesting. So let's see if I can share this video here. Being very nice to, he's the one who put him on the ground. He wasn't being very nice to him. We started being very nice once I started filming him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they have this thing called boash. It's like really stinks, and they throw it there, and it just ruined the whole place stunk. And afterwards, I was walking back to my car, and I parked far away so I didn't have to pay for parking. And so I was walking, and then everyone was just like moving to the other side of the street. It was so embarrassing. It stank so bad. Yeah.
So the officer was treating the guy poorly, and then.
Well, they're all there protesting because they feel like it's promoting or going to force them to do the army.
Oh, and they don't want to.
Yeah, they don't believe that they should. They think they should just be learning Torah all day.
Oh, okay. Is that a real thing? Like, are they instituting some sort of draft or?
Yeah, so it's been a hot topic for a while that they don't participate in the army like everyone does here, and they don't. And for the longest time, there was like a rule that if you're learning Torah all day, you don't have to go. But they sort of they're trying to overturn it now.
Mm.
So, I mean, they're allowed to protest, and they're allowed to have their opinion, and they don't deserve to be thrown on the ground like that. Yeah. When I approached the cop, I was like, just leave him alone, and he was like, "This is a police matter. You've got to move." I was like, "No, I don't." And none of them have phones that can take pictures. I was like, "Why aren't you guys filming this? Like, you can just start filming it, and he won't act that way."
Mm.
They're like, "Oh, they don't have phones to take pictures." It's because they have seriously limited phones, because the internet is toxic, I guess, something like that. So like YouTube doesn't work. They only have certain apps that they run on their phones, and they don't have a browser on their phone and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So none of them were taking pictures.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of our main defenses here in the United States is filming.
Yeah.
And, body cams.
Right.
When they have them. And I think they should. I think body cams should be required because you got to play fair, and sometimes cops don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, I'm going to Gaza to protect both of them. So it's kind of weird that they're fighting.
To protect both.
Like all the groups. Like I don't like it's not. So when I saw them doing that, it's like, what are you guys fighting over? Like, I don't know.
Do you have that with your cops that some of them are? I mean, is it like the United States, or some of them?
I think it's worse here with the cops. Really? Yeah, yeah.
So how do you feel? Like, do you feel like it's safe to talk to them like that?
In that case, where I'm not the one they have their target on. I'm just like a bystander who has a reason to be there. Like I was going there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't think so. No, I have a gun. I had a gun on me, and he's not going to start something with me at that point. And he was definitely in the wrong. So yeah, but he's like, "Oh yeah, if you show that video online or to anyone, I'm going to have your," like, he can't do that. I'm going to get you kicked out of the army. I'm like, yeah, It's just a threat.
Mm.
Yeah. But yeah, like I saw like the murderous hate in his eyes, and it was just like, it's just really extreme.
Yeah, and it's just scary because you can't reason with that. So you're trying to make like a rational, more like loving response to someone who is really irrational. It like, I mean, sometimes that's dangerous.
Yeah. I don't know. Like as soon as I pulled out my phone, he started behaving.
Yeah.
Like you saw, he didn't. It looked like he was trying to help the guy up
Mhm.
when I started recording. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I don't know what the conversation is going on here in the chat. No, you're welcome to come up on stream. There's a link, and we can have a talk about it.
Do you eat fish,
No.
cheese,
Yes.
eggs?
Yes. Why?
I don't know. I just wondered. I don't know. People say different things, when they say they're vegetarian. I don't know. I just remember Mayora saying, and he doesn't eat meat, and he doesn't even eat chicken. I just
Did she say that?
Yeah, she said that sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the definition of meat is different here.
Mm.
Chicken is not meat. And
Well,
fish is not meat. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes people think of it that way. I mean, sometimes when they say they're vegetarian, they still eat chicken and fish. They just
Really?
mean that they don't eat beef. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
not so much anymore, but like back when I was growing up, yeah, some people meant that.
Yeah, and some people just don't eat. Some people say they're vegetarian, they eat fish. So it's like, that's
Mhm.
pescatarian, isn't there
Yeah.
another name for that? Yeah.
I would call it pescatarian.
Yeah.
I'm trying to change because my cholesterol is a little high, but I feel like it's genetic. I think, there's like their standard of care range that
Yeah.
they're really settled on, and then some people are outside of that. Like my heart rate is outside of that. I have a very low heart rate, and it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong. Like I've had nurses triple check my heart rate. Like, how is this possible? It's only 43. I'm like, I don't know. I just came from the gym. I just have a low heart rate. Like
I could beat it. Here, try again.
normal for me. So I don't totally agree with the ranges, and I have had doctors try to put me on cholesterol lowering medications. Really, just one doctor
Right.
one time, and it was totally inappropriate. But I'm trying to change. So like reducing some animal fat, but then adding in vegetable fat, to try to still keep the carbs lower. So I'm going to do that and see if I can lower it. But it's like
I mean,
scary.
like cholesterol's bad because it clogs your veins, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but carbs also, like excess sugar. It's the glycation is also
right. That's right. Yeah. Like it cooks your veins, the sugar.
Yeah, so you have to find, healthy, just the right balance.
Yeah, I try not to eat sugar as much as possible, but I wasn't always like that, but now, like for the past while, I've been stopping with sugar. I'll still have ketchup every so often. There's sugar in ketchup, and
we have a ketchup here that doesn't have sugar.
Oh, really?
But I think it has xylitol. So
yeah. Right.
Which, I mean, that is a natural thing. It's like it's from birch trees.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. Or, we have ketchups with stevia, stuff like that. So is that just because of like research about sugar?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, if you're going to have sugar, you should probably steer clear of fructose.
Mm-hmm.
And corn syrup, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
If you're going to have sugar, make sure it's actually real sugar.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I just know it's bad for your mouth biome, for your teeth, for your gut for
Oh,
your.
yeah, I notice it when we do family dinner and I have like a cheat day. I'll just eat whatever my family is eating and usually eat some sugar, and it makes this environment in my mouth. You
Mhm.
know, so disgusting. I want to brush my teeth like 10 times.
And it messes with like your alertness.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know now. Like if it's just super sweet. I can't drink Coke. Like it feels really bad.
It's really gross. And
Yeah,
also, when you reduce the sugar and then you have like a salad with some carrot on it, you're like, oh, damn, carrots are so sweet.
that's right. Yeah, everything tastes better.
Yeah, everything tastes better when you
Yeah.
eliminate sugar. Even like broccoli is so sweet. You don't notice it until you strip away the sugar.
Yeah, I mean, processed sugar. I think we went a little bit overboard with that.
Mhm.
I don't know if I would have been able to do it if I was younger. I don't know. Apparently, like kids are more addicted to sugar or they need sugar more or something. It's tastier to them, maybe. They're more active.
Mhm. Yeah, it's less appealing, I think, naturally as you get older. It just isn't as appealing.
Yeah. I was at a cousin's house and they served dessert and I was like, no, thanks. They're like, no, there's no sugar in it. I promise. And I tasted it. I'm like, this is sweet. What do you mean there's no sugar? Yeah, there's chocolate. There's no sugar. I was like, there's sugar in chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't add sugar is what we meant. Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, chocolate, sometimes I'll have a little dark. I mean, like 70%. It doesn't have as much sugar as other things.
Yeah. They have like the 90% ones.
That's good too. I also like just the straight cacao nibs. There's no sugar, it's just chocolate. Little crunchy chocolates.
Oh, cool. I've never had those.
Yeah, it's like a hard, crunchy seed thing, and it's just cacao.
Oh, it's just cacao.
Yeah, no
Aren't they
sugar.
big? We had some cacao trees here and they're like the seeds inside are, I don't know how big. They're like the size of an egg, no?
I mean, I've seen the wild chocolate trees. Yeah, it's weird. The fruit is like kind of white, and you have to do this fermentation process to actually get to the chocolate or something.
Yeah, here. Okay, so there's that inside those big eggs.
Yeah.
The ones I saw look different. They look right. You have to break them open. They're hard to break open.
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird. That's how they. That's what's inside them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a beanstalk.
Have you ever seen where a cashew comes from? That's a funny looking fruit, the cashew fruit.
I think so. Yeah. Who thought this would be cool to eat? Like, who first invented this?
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it comes out? That's cool.
It comes out as Hershey.
What did you say? The what nut?
Cashew. Like the fruit that it comes from is
This
that's
one.
it, and that little part is the nut.
The bottom part is the cashew. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the fruit is like toxic unless it's prepared a certain way or something. Like people do eat it, but you have to handle it properly or something like that.
Cashew apple. Yeah, let's look it up. Cashew apple prepared. Are mashed and the juice is called Nero. It's extracted and kept for fermentation for a few days. Fenny or Fenny. So it's a kind of alcohol they make out of it.
Mm.
Wow. If you eat cashews, this is what you're paying for.
Yeah. A lot of labor.
Well, robots are coming. They're going to save you, don't worry.
Do you have durian in Israel?
Durian.
That's my favorite.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've got them. Yeah, we've got. They grow naturally here.
It's my favorite fruit.
Is it really interesting? They smell bad.
It smells sulfurous. It has sulfur.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah, high sulfur content. But it tastes like custard.
Really?
Like, well, there's different varieties, and
They're
I haven't.
expensive, but they grow here.
Yeah, they are expensive here as well. I haven't tried all the varieties, but I have a friend who is sort of like a durian travel blogger. She goes around everywhere eating durian. And
What? That's a weird niche.
yeah, yeah. Well, she's fruitarian. I knew her from back when I was fruitarian, and
Right.
that was the worst experience in my. I mean, I felt really good in some ways, but I weighed so much.
Right.
Just
I think Steve Jobs was fruitarian too,
and
then he got pancreatic cancer. Not sure if those are related.
maybe not, but yeah, but it never made him, like, for some people it will make them put on a lot of weight and others not. I mean, I was eating a lot of vegetables too. It wasn't just all bananas all day long. You know, raw zucchinis and a lot of
Those are fruit.
like a pound of greens a day. But I mean, I weighed 130 pounds. It was ridiculous.
Why did that make you go up?
I think it's just genetics and the way my body deals with fructose. So it wasn't like high, you know, it wasn't like really refined fructose, but it was still fructose. My just my cholesterol was even higher when I was not eating any animal fats, and the ratio was bad. So now the ratio is excellent, but it's technically high overall.
But it was always like that since you were younger?
I mean, they don't test children for cholesterol.
And you exercise, like exercise is supposed to burn cholesterol too.
Yeah, and one thing that I wonder about, because you need a certain amount of, like, your body naturally produces cholesterol, and you need it for mental health. And I remember hearing a story early in the pandemic. Some government official's son committed suicide, and they didn't understand why he had this mental health decline. But I'd sort of fixated on this detail that he was a very strict vegan. And I just sort of wondered, like, did he somehow like need more dietary fat? I mean, it can affect you mentally, you know, if you're not getting what you need. And it doesn't have to be from meat, but it just, you need fat.
Yeah. I mean, there's olive oil. There's coconut oil.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I love coconut butter, you know, the whole pulverized, not just the oil isolated. I'm really into nuts lately.
Nuts have a lot of fat. Yep.
Yeah, so just less animal fat, a little bit more vegetable fat.
Yeah, apparently it's connected to your blood type too. Like that's their theory is the blood type is your tribe. Like, were you in a tribe that ate a lot of meat, was a hunter tribe, or a tribe that was a farming tribe or something like that?
Yeah, I always forget my blood type, but it's on my birth certificate. It's in my file cabinet.
Yeah, I don't take any supplements or anything. I probably have a shitty mental state because I don't take supplements or yeah. Okay. I think I'm A- too. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I need to find my dog's birth certificate too, because
dogs have birth certificates?
Mine does.
Like it because it's a special purebred.
Yeah, just because it came from a breeder. So
right.
Like it was specifically born, you know, not just accidentally born. So I have his health records. But because he's turning 15 in a couple weeks, and I just want to make sure that he's really turning 15. Make sure I got the math right. Like, what if he's actually only turning 14? But I'm pretty sure it's 15. And we're
Would
just
it matter, the difference?
no, but I'm keeping an eye on him. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a like cognitive decline. And he's stiff, very hard when he's been sitting for a long time and he gets up. I can tell it's hard for him. I don't know. I guess I just want to know.
Yeah. Apparently the larger breeds get those kind of bone health problems and stuff.
They generally don't live as long as little dogs.
Yeah. That is annoying. The most annoying dogs get to live forever.
Yeah. Yeah, the little ones can be yappy. Yeah, that was a bedtime story that really upset me. That's where I instituted the bedtime rule. I was really thinking about, let's not talk about politics after, say, like 7 p.m. We eat dinner at 7:30 because I want to be informed and I enjoy talking about those things. And we do like sort of a daily debriefing, about the state of the world every day. And I enjoy that. But I don't want to talk about it after 7 p.m. But it wasn't a political story that got me to institute this rule. It was this neighbor. Russ works over in this neighborhood where he's just kind of dialed in. Like someone will get a kitchen remodel and then they have all these parties and they said, oh, who did your kitchen? And so Russ just has all this work. He doesn't pass out.
Yeah, you were saying he gets the word of mouth.
Yeah, he just has a constant flow of work. Anyway, these people over there, friends of ours, they have always had standard poodles and they got a new one, a rescue. And we're really happy about this because she's friends with our dog. They can play together, but they have a really short fence in the front yard. And their dog, the brand new rescue dog, keeps jumping over and is wandering in the traffic. And other neighbor came home and said, hey, I saw Missy wandering in the traffic. And it just made me so angry because they're too lazy to go around to the back and put her in the backyard, which is secure. They're letting her out the front just out of laziness. And it's just not worth it. Like, is it worth it if your dog gets hit by a car? It just made me so angry. Like, and I was telling Russ, go over there and talk to them, like offer to build a taller fence or offer to install a doggy door in the back. He has a good rapport with them, and I said, just go over and like boss them around a little bit. Tell them to fix this problem because I don't want to hear about this. Yeah, I've seen that one. She needs that. Yeah, it's one of those short, ornamental fences and she just jumps right over it. But to me, I just get all, feel really bossy and protective and like, move over. You're doing it wrong. Let me be in charge of how you're keeping your dog.
Right.
I don't want her to get hurt. And he told me that right before bed and it just really, really upset me. And then I had trouble falling asleep.
So is it like your any popcorn, it just makes it start going? Like you're trying to calm your any popcorn down sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I mean, it really gets the masculine SI. It's like your procedures and protocols are incorrect. You are doing it wrong. And it's not worth it. It's the same kind of feeling I have about people not using turn signals. It's like, why not? It's free and it's helpful. You still need to be like SE aware of what's going on around you.
No, yeah, it's really helpful. Yeah, when you know someone's turning and you've got to make like you've got to turn out of an area, you don't know if they're turning or not.
You don't know. Yeah. I really hate
when they turn, you're like, asshole, I could have turned out. Like I didn't want to stop you in traffic.
Yeah, it just it gets me really angry. And because the consequence is, a fender bender, it's not worth it. Your insurance premium's going up, it's not worth it. Like, anything you can do, like it's these
hard to like lift your hand a few centimeters,
It's just, these ST kind of protocols that we can all agree on. They're not perfect, but like, can we at least use this system? I really hate it when I'm a pedestrian and I'm standing there waiting and they don't like, maybe they're thinking like, oh, I have to signal for other cars, but not in order to communicate with pedestrians. And I'm like, I would
Right.
really love to know what you're doing here, so that I can,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so it gets the SI, and then the NE just turns it over and over and over, and hard to let it go and go to sleep. So the white noise really helps with that, because the way that I turn off the thinking is through audio. Some people talk about in meditation, it's more visual, like they can stare at a candle flame and just go into the flame and turn off the thoughts, but that doesn't work for me. But if there's a sound, it's like all I have to do, I'm only listening. It's my only activity. So I just go into the sound, and then the thoughts turn down.
I don't know. I don't have that problem. Like, yeah, I've got thoughts when I'm sleeping or before I'm sleeping. I just think them until I fall asleep.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Well, you're just annoyingly well adjusted, just the same as Russ. It's really
Russ does the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what? Yeah, so do you have like any anxiety at all, or?
Any noise I hear when I'm sleeping, I'll wake up,
Hmm.
which is, it's handy in the military.
Hmm. Yeah, Russ sure doesn't have that. Yeah, I mean, that pisses me off too. One time we had like a really violent storm. I mean, trees were falling on, houses around us, and
Right.
he just slept through it. And that was kind of
Oh, yeah,
annoying.
no, weather won't wake me up. TV won't wake me up, but like voices or like little crack, like if it actually sounds like a person is moving around or talking, then for some reason my mind will notice the difference and wake me up.
Mm, yeah.
But yeah, if it's just weather, it won't bother me. Yeah, music might wake you up if it's good music. But you've got those theta waves.
Yeah, I like that for meditation. When I get in my sauna, I zip myself up in a like a waterproof sleeping bag that's heated, and just sweat.
Sweat.
Yeah, I like to listen to the brainwave music.
The brainwave music.
Hmm.
So you still have an NFP side. You're still there.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I am, and I think there's a lot of NF I just keep to myself, because when you're interacting with people,
Right.
like maybe it doesn't come across. You might come across as frivolous or something.
Like, do you have an example?
I mean, my deep inner world. Yeah, I guess.
Like, was there a time you held it back when you wanted to share it?
Mm, probably. Yeah, I'm probably reading whoever I'm interacting with, I guess. And then
Yeah. It's
holding it.
weird for the thinkers because we're not even reading ourselves. So how are you reading us? It's yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I also think like sometimes it's like seen as frivolous, but it's actually ST. There's an ST explanation. Like these two things are not in conflict. So one example I can think of is when you have people with bad like irritable bowel syndrome, and they feel really frustrated because they're misdiagnosed and they're not having an answer, and the doctors are saying, have you tried a meditation app? Like, have you tried like a mind body, because there's some connection between nervousness and some of these stomach upset problems. And people are so offended, and they're saying, my doctor is gaslighting me. My doctor is saying that
Right.
it's all in my head. But this is actually scientifically backed, that some of these meditation practices actually do help.
Yeah.
So these two things don't need to be in conflict, and you don't need to feel like you're being gaslit.
Yeah.
It's like in that situation, they feel so frustrated by their issue that they want a pill. They want a
They want
doctor.
the symptoms treated. They don't want the cause treated.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's a societal problem, I guess. It's a trend. That's how we're viewing medicine. That's how we're viewing healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
Take away the pain and let me keep doing everything that I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've had really good doctors. I don't know. I feel like they're just better in Oregon, maybe. That they're not doing that so much. You know, they're giving options and they're not just trying to treat the symptoms.
Yeah, like the preventative medicine stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the end, it's cheaper for everybody if you don't get sick in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
do you
No.
think about this RFK guy?
Some good and some bad. I think he's pretty crazy. I think he's kind of batshit crazy.
Right.
But
He is focused on the health.
yeah, I mean, some of it I think will be okay. The fluoride thing, I don't know about that.
Yeah, fluoride is toxic.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get fluoride-free toothpaste now.
Yeah. I don't know. So I'm not sure what I think about that because so it's in the water and so it does, maybe it's toxic at high amounts, but
it kills the bacteria. Yeah.
It prevents cavities, right? Maybe.
That's the claim. Yeah. Although there's a counterclaim that it actually causes cavities. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what's true about it, but so like one argument is like you know, they're saying for fluoride, you put a treatment on your teeth, you know, and then you spit it out. It doesn't need to be in the water. The problem with that is only rich people can go to the dentist and get those fluoride treatments. So they're like if it is preventing cavities in like poor, underprivileged children who don't have access, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the truth is because there's you'll find arguments for both sides, you know.
Yeah. It doesn't look like the fluoride does anything after it leaves your mouth. It kills tooth decay bacteria, apparently. I don't know. I just don't do any of that stuff. I just, take care of your mouth biome, and you should have all of those tooth decay stuff. Your teeth will be fine. I don't know. That's my take.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any awareness of mouth today.
Oh yeah, here's Dragon's Neck.
Hey, welcome, buddy.
Hi, how's it going?
Welcome back. It's been a while.
It sure has been like at least 3 weeks, maybe 4.
Yeah. What are you saying?
What?
What are you saying? What are you up to? What's new? What are you processing?
Nothing. Oh, okay. Marvel Rivals for one, which is better than Overwatch.
What? Come on.
I heard someone putting out fake news on one of the last streams.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I see that.
And I've been
the skin. It's all about the skin. It has nothing to do with the game.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I've been processing why that new Castlevania Nocturne show is so terrible.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I don't think you would care for it.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't been doing much. I just wanted to stop in and just say hi for a few minutes before I go to sleep.
Oh, sweet. Why are you going to sleep so early? Is it early?
Yeah, it's like almost 2 p.m.
All right.
Because I work night shift.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you ever told me what you do.
I don't remember. I'm an electronic controls technician, so I just do some like troubleshooting and PLC programming and some wiring, just kind of whatever they need.
And why does it have to be at night?
It's just the shift I was hired for. There's like 3 shifts. So nothing too special, just don't get as much interaction and stuff.
Fluoride is a neurotoxin? Interesting. Look that up. Hi, Zephyr.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about the fluoride stuff either, Annie. It's so hard to tell what's.
Yeah, chronic fluoride exposure could have long-term neurotic effects. That's what I saw too. Decreased intelligence or increased prevalence of ADHD. Sure.
Yeah, I've heard rumors that it makes you more like compliant.
Fluoride? That's what they're pushing it on us. They want us to be compliant.
Yeah, something like that.
You got to give us the fluoride before we become compliant, and then you can force us to take the fluoride.
Yeah. I don't know. I grew up with well water, so they weren't adding it.
It's good you have something to blame for your failures, Reggie. It's really good.
Oh, but blame is lame.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely not supposed to swallow it.
Yeah, I don't think you are.
Does like a water filter take any of that out?
It should.
Reverse
Fluoride is a
osmosis
small molecule. Let's see.
The reverse osmosis takes a lot of it out.
I wonder if it evaporates as well.
I don't think so. It's a mineral.
That's true. It's a salt.
Yeah. See, in like sodium chloride, like chlorine, salt, like it's,
Reverse osmosis water filter, it says. Yeah.
Chlorine will evaporate from water,
That's right.
And you can drink it, and it's fine.
Huh.
But not that kind of salt, apparently.
Yeah, no, you're right. Fluoride does not evaporate out. It stays. It's a salt. So, yeah, if you cook food with a lot of water and the water evaporates out, you're left with the fluoride.
Dang.
One of the things they're doing is fluorides. Isn't there like a fluoride salt replacement? Yeah, there is. Because of cholesterol, they're using fluoride salt. Yeah.
Lovely. I feel like they're experimenting on people.
Yeah, I mean that's all of history. Yeah.
Yeah, just randomly giving us like whatever they happen to have as whatever. It's just like then they used to put lead in all the wine and because it made it sweeter.
Yeah.
I have a question of why your profile picture in the YouTube chat is an upside down stop sign.
It's not. It's a dots sign. It says small d, big O, big T.
That's right.
Big
Okay, I was wondering, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's a dot sign. I I have a collection of them, and I actually have a one that I'm going to make a psyops sign as well.
What does dots mean?
Dots is like ellipses. It's the thing that's left unsaid, and it's kind of like a little bit of a joke because like it also means full stop when there's four, because it's like 3 dots and then the end of the which is the period of the sentence. So
Right.
kind of it's a funny little And it just kind of happened randomly because somebody gave me a stop sign. And then I got bored of looking at it right side up. So I turned it upside down and it just kind of transformed. And it's this weird thing now. It's pretty cool. But thank you for asking. I love to explain that. Because most
like
people think
my-
it's an upside down stop sign. And I'm like, no, it's not. And they go, whoa.
I think my cousin
It's one of
has
those
the
things.
shirt like that says like the ellipses on it.
Yeah, I like dots.
Interesting.
Connecting the dots is a thing as well, which I like.
I think about the Dots ice cream.
Yeah. Well, and the Hopi flag has 4 dots.
The what flag?
Hopi flag. It's like a Native American tribe.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty cool. I'm in New Mexico, so
Ah,
Do you know the Hopi manual? What's up, buddy?
Yeah. What's up? But yeah, my friend just hope you.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
What's their deal? What's their thing?
Honestly, she doesn't tell me too much about them, but from what I understand, Hopis and Navajos, they don't like each other. But basically, it's because back then, Navajos basically had the Hopis as slaves. So
Yeah, I mean that could be a reason why not to like someone.
yeah, a lot of the tribes didn't like the Navajo actually.
Hmm.
I have a friend that's Navajo, and I don't know why but now because their culture is pretty cool, but I think back then it was different.
Yeah, does she have something against Navajo now? I'm sure it's been a while since they had them as slaves.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are still elders. So.
Oh, it was
And then on
recent.
top of that, what was that?
It was recent, this thing?
Oh, I'll admit I haven't actually done any research on it. I'm just telling you what I've been told. But from what I understand, it's just, I guess, like a grudge that the elders have.
What are you up to this week? What have you been processing? How's school?
Good question. Biology is being a pain in my ass, but it is what it is. My midterm for chemistry is tomorrow. I just needed to freshen up on some stuff. It's pretty easy for the most part.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. I haven't really, I haven't really been processing anything.
And what about your sleep last?
I'll agree with Demon Sleep, but Sleep Last, I really don't see it. I really don't. Because, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I've seen other Blast Last that are pretty. So I know other Consume Play Sleep Blast that feel like Sleep Last, but they're not. Like, I don't know how to explain it. But also, kind of going back to like Demon Sleep, like when I'm with a Sleep Blast, I have to do their sleep for them. So, I mean, that could just be the foreign me, but
It feels when I'm with a sleep third, I have to do their sleep for them.
well, that
Or I guess just any kind of energy dom. It feels like you have to do their sleep for them for the energy doms.
yeah.
I don't know why.
Is there something like
That's
a
how you
sleep
feel.
camel?
A sleep what?
A sleep camel?
A sleep camel. There should
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, because I feel like sometimes I'm a sleep camel because I'll like sleep like for quite some time, like longer than what normal people do, and then sometimes I won't sleep very much. But I feel normal, and I do have a regular sleep pattern. It's just very odd and long before it starts to repeat itself. I didn't realize it until I started writing it down.
Right. So there's the sleep I think we're talking about is more a like a mode of behavior. It's preserving energy and processing, I guess. And yes, Reggie, people do your sleep for you. You kind of force that. Putting on the brakes, I guess, a lot as well. But yeah, it's also literal sleep. Your sleep schedule.
Benjamin, what were you saying about doing sleep for others? Because I didn't hear exactly what you said. Sorry.
Oh, I feel like the sleep thirds have to do the sleep for them too. A lot of the time.
Yeah, I noticed that. Or just like even with like demon sleep in general, right? Like I'm the one that usually has to do it for them.
Well, speaking of sleep, I think I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on, buddy. You should jump on again when you have time. We can chat.
Yeah, I'd like
later,
to.
Zephyr.
And it was good to see your video earlier, and yours too, Annie.
Oh, Annie had a video? I missed it.
Yeah, thanks. It was stupid, but you can watch it.
I will watch it. Yeah,
I shared
especially
it
now that
around,
it's stupid.
and some people didn't think it was stupid. There's some value in that. It's an interesting idea that people don't talk about,
Mm.
and I think there's something there.
Yeah.
Okay, now I gotta see it. On which channel was this?
The main channel. Yeah, it was just about the main thing that I noticed was like I heard something illogical on the radio yesterday.
Okay.
And I thought this is a stupid comparison. Why are they comparing these two things? That's a useless comparison. It's illogical. And then as soon as I had that thought, I immediately doubted myself. Like because I always think the other guy's right, so it's just I think it's like the TE, the feminine.
Yeah, you're not TI. Huh? You are definitely not TI if you always think the other guy's right. That's not.
Yeah. Well, I think it's what I was talking about was how that the feminine TE feels like more of a handicap. SI doesn't feel like a handicap. It feels like it triggers me. Play last doesn't feel like a handicap, feels like it triggers me, but the feminine TE feels limp and weak and useless. So I heard something illogical. I put it together. I was like, that makes no sense. And then I immediately doubted myself and felt like I had to go ask Russ. Like I explained it to him. I'm like, this is illogical, right? This is stupid. And he said, yeah, no, you're right. But I always doubt myself.
Right.
Yeah. And it makes sense, like through the function math too, why TE would be your weakest function, because your TE isn't activated in any of your savior animals.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think also TE in general just feels weak because it needs the consensus.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to, ping off of someone to process.
It can relate to that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I process. It initiates a process in me to bounce things off of other people.
Right.
Yeah, if they're into that.
If they're into that, that's right.
Yeah, I like to ask first, before I just make them solve my problems,
Mm-hmm.
or participate without their consent.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I feel like if I come to a logical conclusion on my own and then I present it and then the other person argues, part of me really feels like they're probably right. And I feel insecure about the conclusion I'm coming to, because I know that my logical brain is not clicking as fast and efficiently as other people on average. But then there's also this learned helplessness on top of this, because I believe myself to be a person who is not so good at logic, that I'm always myself.
I've never seen you to be bad at logic, Annie, and I don't know why there would. Is it like an insecurity there?
Yeah.
Or it's just
Yeah.
I think it's
Your ability.
subconscious, right? Probably like programmed by society. Being a
Maybe.
female, kind of, it comes with the territory a bit.
Well, that is a little bit of it. I've been thinking about that, and I didn't mention it in the video, but I usually think men are smarter than me.
So like
Not
there's that one guy in the army who was getting everyone to agree with him. Like it's very forceful, the masculine TE. So like, but I still see it as being insecure. Like, because why do you need people to agree with you? Like, why are you trying to force people, like force your logic on people and get them to validate it? So
Yeah, I see that with my grandma. It's
with your
Exactly.
grandma?
yeah. I think she might be like a TENE.
Welcome, buddy. Are you new or you changed your name? See?
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine. So, and what is the topic about?
I'll see
A
you
little
guys
bit
later.
cognitive function stuff, psychology.
Psychology. I am also psychology. I'm studying psychology.
Sweet.
Uh,
How did you stumble over here? How did you find us?
just randomly, I search in YouTube for live videos for speaking.
Cool. Well, welcome. Where are you from?
I am from Afghanistan. And you?
I'm in Israel, and we've got Americans here. Yeah.
I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Okay, nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you.
So, what's life like over there for you?
It's not bad. Not good, not bad. There's a lot of problems now in Afghanistan.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yes. And you are living in the United States or in Israel?
Me in Israel.
Israel. It's a good country.
It's every country has their problems. Yeah. But
Yes.
overall, it's a country that, cares for its citizens as much as it can, I guess. Everything needs to improve, I'm sure.
So, how you know English? The language of Israel is Hebrew, right?
How do you know English? The language of Afghanistan is not English either.
I learned this in school.
Cool.
Yeah,
I grew up in Canada, but my kids speak English too. And a lot of people here speak English.
That's nice. And so you are a psychologist. You want to cure people.
No, I'm not a psychologist. We're just talking about psychology stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I am studying psychology in my country. It is my third year. I am studying counseling.
Counseling?
Yes. So maybe like 1 year or more, I will be graduated. So I will help people.
You can't help people till you have your degree?
Yes, but right now I don't have degree. Maybe like 1 year and more, I will graduate from university.
Nice.
Yes, and the other people, they are also from Israel.
No.
Okay.
All over.
Do you know Benjamin Netanyahu?
I don't know him personally, but yeah.
Yes. He is known worldwide.
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, he's the leader of the country right now.
Yes. So
You got
do
a
you
buddy there
like
with you?
he is a good person or a bad person?
Who?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
I don't know. I don't know to qualify him as good or bad. I know to qualify based on the work he does and what he's doing. He's a very good politician. He's very good at
Defending his people.
Oh, I was going to say in terms of politics, he's very good at staying on top in the political game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also defending Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think no matter who is in power right now, a lot of stuff just operates based on how it's going. But it's good to have a strong politician in charge.
Yeah.
we could have better and we could have worse. How's that?
Yes. So, and who are these other people? These two women.
I'm Annie. I'm in the United States.
Okay. So you are also from Israel. I mean your origin.
What's up?
I mean your origin. Or you also from Israel, American, or only American?
No,
Okay.
I was born in Texas.
Okay. So you are only American. That's nice. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And Zephyr said she's from New Mexico.
Yep.
New.
From New Mexico. And yeah, I was born in New Mexico, which is right next to Texas.
Mm. New Mexico is also a state in United States. It's also
Yeah.
a country.
No, Mexico is a country. New Mexico is a state that used to belong to Mexico.
Okay. So you are gonna be deported by Trump.
No.
No. I was born in Mexico and I have white skin, so no.
Do you know anyone that got deported?
The New York State.
I don't know. Nobody in my neighborhood has, and everyone here is immigrants. So, but I have heard of people in the state, but I don't know anybody personally so far.
You know this birthright citizenship thing means if it goes out to its full conclusion, Russ's sister-in-law, his brother's twin, could be deported.
Yeah, I heard of some natives that were mistakenly rounded up.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So Russ's sister-in-law, her mother, she's Vietnamese, and her mother came here from Vietnam when she was pregnant. So the sister-in-law was born here, has always been American, grew up in California. But if this goes to its fullest conclusion, she could be deported.
She probably won't be by the sound of it.
Probably not. But like,
yeah.
Think about it.
So the complications of politics and bureaucracy and bureaucratic bullshit.
The other thing is like people who have already been granted citizenship, it's hard to take it away from them. But like future people who want to get citizenship, they might not give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even if they're refugees fleeing. It's been pretty hard.
Have a nice day. I'm going to go. Bye bye.
All right. Thanks for joining. Good luck with your schooling.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
That's a bummer.
Why?
It would have been interesting to, I guess, learn about him and his perspective.
You might come back one day.
All right.
One of my favorite rocks that I have is from Afghanistan.
You have a favorite rock. Okay.
Yeah, one of my favorite. I have several favorite rocks. I love rocks. But it's epidote, and it's like it looks like tourmaline with little green pyrite crystals. It's really beautiful and heavy. It's got iron pyrite in it.
Oh,
and
epidote looks like it makes like cubic formations.
Yeah, it looks like black tourmaline quite a lot, but it's got these little green iron pyrite crystals in it as well, which is really pretty.
Okay.
I have this rock that is real big. It weighs more than 50 pounds for sure. And when I was 19, I dated this guy who was like 10 years older than me. And he was out on the Oregon beach somewhere, and he found this big rock, and he carried it like a mile and brought it to me and gave it to me. And I still have it after all these years. So I've carried it every house I've lived, across the state. I mean, this is a very, very heavy rock. It's out in the front of my house right now. And it's really pretty.
I can relate to that. I have some pretty big rocks, and I literally, if you weighed my rock collection at one point, it was like 2 tons. But I've minimized it since then to like 1 ton.
And that
Do you
guy,
have any rocks, Manuel?
I should, but no.
you don't need to. If you're not into rocks, that's fine.
Well, it's part of my obligation as a native. So
To be into rocks?
not necessarily being into rocks, but like I think I mentioned this before when we were talking about consciousness and all that. But basically, we usually believe to like keep a rock with you, and whenever you're having problems or whatnot, you talk to it. So
You talk to the rock.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I have one in my purse.
So, like, if you ever really need to talk to a rock, can you just go outside and just pick one up, and you'll be okay? What, Manuel?
Basically.
That's good.
Personally, I don't do that because I'm an ESTP, and that's weird. That's how I
It
see
is kind of weird.
Totally okay with being weird.
Weird. What was I gonna say? Oh, Annie.
Yeah.
Personal questions that I find in my ass.
Mm-hmm.
Does Russ know that how you got that rock?
Oh yeah. We're not. He knows all the stories. Yeah, and I saw the guy. So he lives just like 50 minutes away from me. He's a Oregon boyfriend, and I ran into him at a John Prine concert in 2019. My sister bought me tickets to go see John Prine, and I sort of knew he was going to be there just from Facebook, and he sort of knew I was going to be there, and so I saw him after, not seeing him for 20 years. And I just sort of, he was standing with his friends, and I just sort of like snuck up beside him and put my arm around his waist. And it was cool to see someone you haven't seen in 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, Russ is cool. I mean, Russ can be very jealous, but not about that guy, not about someone from the past.
About your walking friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He didn't like me. Yeah. I mean, basically, I don't have male friends or even any in-person friends. If I did, it would look suspicious since I haven't had friends this whole time. And he's like, what? You're going out to coffee with who? Who is this person? That's not normal. That's, he notices anytime I do anything outside of my normal routine. And so if I want to be a little bit more social, it's really hard to bring him along. Like when I joined a running group and I was running with friends training for a marathon. He's like, who are you running with? And I was like, well, I'm a girl and I can only run at a 9-minute pace. That's a training run.
So either like an overweight guy or other girls.
So these are all women. These are all women who run a 9-minute pace. Like men don't generally run that slow on a training run.
I'd be like, you want to come check it out?
Yeah, I've wanted Russ to exercise with me over the years. Running, we would be incompatible because his stride is so long. He's just so tall. He's way more athletic than me, but also he did all of his athleticism and just used himself up in high school. Like his ankles are trashed, so he can't really run or anything like that now.
See, I wouldn't be thinking about that. It would just be like, that's what I would ask. Like, if somebody was asking me lots of questions, I would be like, well, you can come and check it out. Like, if you want to, because like, what are you asking? Why are you asking me this?
Mm-hmm.
Get to the real heart of the matter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wish I had a local girlfriend because people give us these gift certificates to go out to eat at nice restaurants, and Russ won't go with me. And I was just thinking the other day, I wish I had a girlfriend. We just go out to dinner, or I'll just take it and go out by myself. When I was single, I used to go out to dinner alone all the time. Did you meet your Navajo professor?
Did I say I was going to meet my professor?
Well, you said there was a new Navajo guy. You were gonna go.
Oh no! Yeah. What did I have that day? I think I had lab, so I just didn't show up.
Yeah.
But it's actually a female, and I believe she's like a literature professor here now, something like that. But yeah.
We started watching that American Primeval because we were watching Silo, but we ran out of episodes. So we were on the second episode of that.
Oh, did you like it? Oh, it's okay.
I didn't like the first episode because the audio wasn't working for me. It was like really quiet and then really loud, and the dialogue was mumbly. And it was just a lot of violence. And then in the second episode, there was a little bit more character building, a little bit more narrative, not just all continuous violence. So I thought it was more interesting.
Hmm.
It's okay. Silo is
What's it
good.
called?
American Primeval. We talked about it last week. Yeah, that's what clued me into it. So Russ and I decided to give it a try.
Yeah, I need to watch it myself because I know it has one of the tribes in there. I forgot which tribe.
It's got a high rating.
Let's talk about it.
American Primeval is high rated by audience members.
Well, what we watched before, the Silo, that was really good. And I liked it so much that I'm reading it now because it's a trilogy. We ran out of episodes, so I started with book 1.
It's like outer space something?
Yeah,
No.
that's the one with Rebecca Ferguson, right?
Yeah, and it's sort of like, it's kind of like similar to Fallout. You know the game Fallout?
Yeah.
Because they're living in these isolated,
Oh, I see.
like man-made structures.
Like a apocalyptic show. Post-apocalyptic shows, yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to know what's true. Because they're showing them a screen of what the outside looks like, but it's not real. They're putting images on there. So some people feel like there really is green and water and earth and like a healthy earth out there, and they're just being lied to, but they don't really know.
Yeah. Truman Show type stuff. Yep.
I actually watched it for the first time, I think 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. I'll say that. I mean, we kind of do with like, you know, keeping up with the Kardashians and all the other stupid crap, but yeah, it was a good movie. I liked it. I was really thinking like after the movie, I had to really process like what made him say what he said at the end. I can't remember.
Wait, what movie are you talking about?
The Truman Show.
Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with Jim Carrey. Yeah. Where he's like, what did he say? If I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And then he just opens the door and walks out. And I was like, okay, but what made him say that? Like, I don't know. Like the NF of it. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Isn't that what he was saying to himself in the mirror or something every day?
That's what he was saying to neighbors whenever he would go to work.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I watched that. I watched that when it first came out in the.
Yeah, same. It didn't really blow my mind too much back then. It blew a lot of people's minds.
I just watched it recently, actually. Funny.
Oh. But then I think it was pretty elegant how these two like security guards, they've been watching it the whole time, and then they're like, the show ends, and then, you know, everyone celebrates for Truman. Yay, he escaped. All right, what else to watch? And then life goes on. I was like, oh, well, yeah. That's about right.
There's that one guy who sold himself to his fans or something like that, and they make all the decisions for him in his life, like who he's going to marry, where he's going to live, all that kind of stuff.
What movie is that?
No, it's not a movie. It's like a real guy.
Oh, like in real life.
In real life, yeah. Any decision he makes has to go to vote by his audience.
Oh gosh.
He has stocks. Yeah, people buy stocks and own him. Publicly owned human. Let me look. Mike Merrill.
To the machine. That's crazy.
Wow.
The first publicly traded person, Mark Merrill.
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely something I wouldn't do, but I hope he's enjoying it. That's all I gotta say
Me
on
neither.
that.
I have a problem with authority that isn't mine, mostly.
Do you think there's any chance that that anybody who's DI would do that?
I don't
I
think so.
don't know. Maybe a DI would price himself much. Here it's like $80. It's gone up 500% since the last time. Costs
Nah,
$80 now. One of his shares.
I promise you, he's probably sleep last. That's my best guess.
Here we are. 10 ideas. 10 ideas about any subject. One mic, $80.
Is there
Schedule a
a
30-minute call. They cost 3 mics if you want a 30-minute call. What the fuck?
Is there a term for how long he has to do these things? Like each,
Well,
like,
if it's based on stocks, and I'm assuming as long as you own the stock, then you.
I don't know how it works.
see, we need more details.
It's called human IPO.
Oh gosh.
That's crazy. You know what's really funny though is whenever I was in high school, there was this girl that was a freshman whenever I was a senior, and my friend's like 17th birthday party we had at her house, and they were like younger than us, like probably 14, and we were 17, and this girl, like, she followed me around, and it really made me uncomfortable because I was an introvert and I didn't know why she liked me. And so, but it was like, so we were all like drinking in the wash, and my friend Leslie's mom came down and was drinking with us on her birthday. And this girl, like, she said something like, "Oh, well, you better not get pregnant because I don't want to have to get pregnant too." And my friend Leslie's mom just like blurted out, "Well, honey, you better hold on to that thing because it's going to be worth money someday." That just reminded me of that. It's like, wow.
She was following you around, so she was going to do everything you were doing? I see.
Yeah, and my friend Leslie's mom just interjected the most inappropriate kind of like
Right. To a minor.
to a minor guest. It's very inappropriate for all people, I think, probably
Right.
prostitution in general. Like this guy is definitely, this is like, how is this not prostitution? He's like selling his free will. Like,
Yeah, he is. He's selling his free will. I mean, that's like,
that's equivalent to me.
yeah.
Even worse,
Like,
even.
imagine like having the audience choose who you're going to marry or who you're going to date.
I'd be more scared if they wanted me to jump off a cliff.
Right. I don't think they can do that. I think that's one of the rules. They can't have him killed.
Do you think maybe he's rationalized it as in like on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? If you poll the audience, like most of the time they get it right. So
No, I think they've made him do some weird stuff. Let me look into it a little bit more.
yeah, I just can't imagine that anybody would think that would be a good idea. I guess I'm just not materialist like that at all. And what good is having money if you don't get to choose what you do with it?
Yeah. What was that? Oh, well, since we're talking about materialism, I'm pretty sure I'm addicted to this game that I downloaded.
They made him get a vasectomy, apparently.
What'd you say?
They made him get a vasectomy, apparently.
Oh, God.
What? Oh, wow. So Cameron produced that is like, that. Wow.
He divided himself into 100K shares, 100,000 shares at $1 a piece, and let people on the internet buy a stake in his life. Since then, he sold off 11,800 shares of himself to 805 investors all over the world. These shareholders, most of whom are complete strangers, get voting power on every major decision Merrill makes: how much sleep he should get each night, who he should date, or whether or not he should get a vasectomy. Yeah.
If I had to guess, this sounds like a demon sleep EP. Just based off
Such a
that.
scam, too. It's like, give me money and you can decide for my life. He only releases shares in small batches and allows the market to determine his worth. Yeah.
God.
Wow. And So do they get us watch him all the time, or is it just like somebody's reporting on his progress with these things that he's supposed to do? Because I can't imagine that, like, how would they say how much sleep he's getting a night? Like, you can't force yourself to sleep.
I see the problem. I see the problem. He went to Portland, Oregon when he got that idea.
Oh man.
Portland's weird. Yeah, you could go to a vegan strip club there.
A what? A vegan strip club?
Yeah, vegan strip club. That would be the only place that in America you could find a vegan strip club.
Wait,
One
okay, now
winter
you
night,
gotta
while
enlighten me.
bemoaning
What's
his
a
life
vegan?
choices, Meryl had a radical thought. What if I let other people control my life instead? It's too hard to control my own life.
Yeah, that's some demon sleep right there.
First thing he had to do was determine his worth as a human.
Oh man, that's wild.
And you had somebody help him with that, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I guess you wanted to get ST about it, you could start off with the different components of the human body, determine how much that's worth, and then
Yeah,
determine the value of
he
having
was valuing his
autonomy.
free time, I guess. Yeah, he
Okay.
was valuing his free time based on his work time. I don't know. So in the first
Okay.
10 days, 12 of his friends purchased 929 shares, and he still retained 99% of himself. So he could still make his own decisions. Because he still retains 90%.
Oh gosh, that's wild. Couldn't be me. That's all I got to say on that one.
At first, the items Merrill put up for vote were trivial, like whether or not he should invest $80 in a Rwandan chicken farming business or grow a winter mustache, which got denied.
What happened?
They didn't want him to have a mustache, so he didn't get a mustache.
No. I just dealing
Chicken
with this
investment.
this middleman company is booking appointments on my behalf, and they're selecting Eastern Standard Time, so it's incorrect.
Oh,
It's
How dare they?
driving me crazy. This middleman company, they're trolling the internet, and they took my information and posted that I am a business that works for them when they don't have that permission. And they're booking appointments on behalf of someone else. They're paying my full rate, which is fine. That's all I will accept. But they're doing it wrong. And I don't have the client's number. I only have their number. So I don't know if she's gonna be able to find the place. I communicate with the clients. I need their number so I can say, hey, I'm Annie. I've never seen you before. Here's very specific directions how to get here.
Right.
Give me a call if you have any trouble finding it. So
They're taking a cut of your fee, I guess.
they're not. No, because I won't. They're trying to get me. They've been trying to get me to work for them for 3 years. And so every once in a while they'll pay my full price thinking it'll entice me, like, oh, there's work coming. But then after that, they're going to take 50%. So
Right.
it's just a mess. Yeah.
I think I dealt with a similar company whenever I was doing handy person stuff, and they were booking it was a
Sounds
similar
like
kind.
it's in Austin on the other side there.
Yeah, I've had companies that were like prostitution websites take my business and post it in their publication online. Yeah, there's something called I don't know. I can't remember the name of it, but it's for men looking for prostitutes. They take my business and advertise it on their page.
That's crazy. I used to do bookings for escort, but she knew about it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just interrupted something. Did you see me? I was stern, right?
Yeah, you
I was
look
being
like
assertive. Did I look assertive when I was on the phone?
you're handling business. It looked like.
Yeah, I did good. Okay.
You're proud of yourself. It's good.
Yeah.
I can't stand that kind of thing. Ugh, it drives me nuts having to talk to people like that.
So did you get it sorted then?
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, I moved it because she booked for Eastern time. And I said, what time does the client want to come? And I rescheduled it for that time. And I said, we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Right.
But they've done this before, and then like the person doesn't show up, whatever. Anyway, I just made $110, so that's good.
Non-refundable?
Yeah, that's what she said too. She said like, well, I see you have a cancellation policy, so if you cancel it, you can keep the money. But I was like, I mean, if it's a client, I want to meet new clients, you know.
Right, yeah.
But I will tell her, I know you came to me through ClassPass. I don't work for them. So if you want to book with me, just book with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, like, if you do work with them, you're not allowed to say that. But since you don't,
I haven't signed any contract. They
Exactly.
they stole my information and published it on their website.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I do sign the contract, then I'll get, 50% or less. So,
Yeah, don't do that.
yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
Damon,
if
I
they're
have a
able to
question.
direct traffic, they can direct traffic.
Yeah. We'll see.
What's up, Manuel?
So I went to a sermon, I believe that's what you call it, a sermon on Tuesday, and it was talking about, I guess, fulfillment is what I would call it. I've had a,
Fulfillment?
and yeah, and basically, like, how do I put it? Knowledge, materialism, and experientialism, they're not fulfilling, or I forgot, oh gosh. Hevel. He said it's Hebrew for smoke or dust.
Hevel
And
is I guess you could interpret it as dust. It's something that's useless.
well,
Yeah.
well, and so that's kind of what he was getting at, is like basically, there's really no real way to be fulfilled other than through God, basically. And I was like,
Mm.
okay, interesting. But of course, I don't necessarily believe in that. So, but I wanted to see what your opinion was, or what your stance is on that.
Fulfillment? Yeah, it's hard because all that kind of stuff it can be used to manipulate people. Like people who don't feel fulfilled, you're selling them a feeling.
Hmm.
Or the expectation of a feeling.
Right. Yeah, and if you don't feel it, well, you're just not doing it right.
I don't know what I'm gonna try and blast, I guess.
I wrote something about that this week, I think, where
Okay.
like every part of our psyche has a cause and has a purpose. And when all of that is all in order, when the cause and the purpose are all correctly ordered and fulfilling themselves, then I guess that's when you get the fulfillment. That's where I'm going with it right now.
Hmm.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily go against what this sermon was saying, but I think that's like the underlying part of what the sermon was saying. Like that's the underlying mechanism behind it. That
Wait,
you
what
have
did
to
you just say? Where do you get the fulfillment?
from aligning yourself with, like, every part of yourself has to serve its purpose, has to feel like it's serving its purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was talking about it in regards to the shadow, right? When you're repressing certain parts of yourself because you see them as evil or whatever. So you haven't found a way to actualize them or found their place in the world, because there's a reason they exist. There's like, they don't exist for no reason. These parts of your psyche. Anyways, that's where I would start playing around with the idea. If I had to.
It made me think of Buddhism, because basically enlightenment is whenever you basically no longer feel attached to anything. And I was like, so is that the right answer? That's kind of what my mind went. with that one. But also,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you're right about the psyche and how each component needs to have its purpose fulfilled. Kind of reminds me of the Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's like a few things I've heard about this. So like, okay, there's like a need mentality. If you're always in a state of need, then you'll never feel fulfilled.
Mhm.
And if you're in a state of gratitude, you always feel like you have more than you need. Then that's when you feel more fulfilled as well. So I would mess around in that area too, looking at gratitude.
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question, fulfillment.
Yeah.
There's a whole group of people talking about the meaning crisis today, where people are having this meaning crisis. I think it's linked to that too.
I agree.
Yeah.
Arthur Brooks, he talks about it a lot on his Instagram anyway.
Right.
He posts about it. So
I've noticed
Yeah.
though a few free will versus like determination, predetermination, or destiny, or whatever, fate sort of discussions going on too this week.
Yeah.
Seems to be a collective theme.
Yeah. I mean, that's
collective.
been going around for a while. The determinism and free will. What's your take on it, Zephyr? Why did you bring it up?
Oh, I just noticed that in like a lot of people that I know having like discussions about that topic. And usually like when that happens, for me it seems kind of synchronistic, like it's a part of the collective work that we're doing, like all of us together,
Yeah.
because we have our higher selves, that all, like, we're not necessarily all aware of that part of us, I think, but I think people are becoming a little bit more aware of it. And so it's like, yes, it's both. That's how I feel. It's like sometimes the gate's narrow, sometimes the gate is wide, and you choose your level of participation, but there is a pattern to everything. And so we're bound within the pattern, but sometimes there's a lot of room to where it feels like we're really like more free, and we do get to make choices. So it's just not all the time. That's why we can't just wake up and be millionaires tomorrow, or whatever we desire isn't just ours immediately. Like in the dream realm, where you could just, like, if you're a good lucid dreamer, you can just have anything you want. If you could do that, you'd be bored, because I've done that and I was bored.
In terms of fulfillment, there's also an idea I was playing around with for a while back, where the idea of like a passion versus a calling, where like a passion is more like trying to make the world fit into you, like fit your demands, and a calling is more trying to see where you fit into the world. And I think there is also fulfillment there if like you can make those two sort of match and like feel like you fit, feel like you. I guess it links to being like maximizing your parts, feeling like everything has a purpose. Because if you feel like you fit in the world, then you feel more fulfilled. If you've found your calling and it matches your passion or your purpose or whatever.
It's the space where they overlap. It's like the Vesica Pisces.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because like some people don't want to be doing what they're doing, but the world is forcing it on them. Like that's their calling. They have no choice. Yeah.
That sucks. I will never do that again for fear, because I have done that for fear before.
Right. And then some people have a passion that is just useless, and it's weird that like
Yeah.
I really want to do this thing and this is my passion, but it's like it's not contributing to anything.
Yeah, you have to survive too. My mom's husband likes to
Right.
bass fish, and he has these dreams of being like this award-winning fisherman, but he's never really been that great at it. I can sort of see
And
that.
also not everyone can be a famous video game streamer. It's just like it's not going to work for the whole world.
Yeah, I would make a lousy rapper.
It's good that that's not your passion then.
True.
What do you think about this one? Your last wish is your current life. What does that mean?
You asking me?
That you don't have
Go
to
ahead.
come back, maybe? I don't know. It's your last one.
That's
I don't
Holtner. Okay.
I don't think it's true. Because I think I'll just keep coming back until everybody's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like some sort
What
of
if there is nobody else? It's all you. It's all you just coming back thousands
it
of
is
times.
all just me then. Until I'm done, I'll be here. I'll keep coming back until I'm done.
Didn't it suck though being manual? That must have sucked. Or has it not happened yet?
I don't remember that. I remember being with the people though.
Oh, I see. You're purposefully forgetting. I get it. I would do the same thing. Or have I done the same thing?
I don't remember that one yet.
Right.
Oh man.
I would
Speaking of-
feel pretty dapper in that jacket though, or that shirt, because that's a nice
Yeah.
shirt.
He's got the style going.
If that's a play, I don't know what to say.
Be nice to be younger again too. Sheesh.
What was I say? Well, wait. How many people are watching this? I don't know if I can actually see. I don't know if that's
Does it
going on
matter?
the table.
At the moment, not 8. It's okay.
Eight
Yeah.
people.
It's not
Okay.
about watching.
know.
It's about experiencing, I guess.
It's infinity sideways.
That's right.
But
8
people
is infinity
do.
sideways.
People do watch it after the fact.
That's true.
Yeah, the next day, if you come back and check the next day, it'll have, over 100 views.
Oh, well,
But I don't know
that's
how
never
many seconds they're watching. They might click on
Yeah.
it.
Well, I mean, probably scanning through it really quick, but
Yeah.
who knows?
mind. Yeah.
I mean,
I like to
sometimes
watch.
some of these streams are better than others for watching, I guess.
I've really listened to all of it. Like when I've left early, I just listen to it on 2 times speed later. And I guess it's just like the consume. Like I need to listen. I need all of it.
OCD, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever go back and watch the parts that you were participating in out of curiosity?
I don't need to see that. No.
Why not?
I probably have 1 or 2 times just to see how I came across because I feel insecure about something like, oh, did I come across really weird right there when I said that? Or like,
Or was I accidentally naked on camera?
yeah, that I was accidentally naked on camera one time.
Oops. That was exciting.
That was so stupid. Yeah, but I mean, I have a YouTube channel too, so I'm familiar with. I just don't need to see any more myself. It's so embarrassing and awful. I mean, I feel so insecure about. I don't even know why I do it.
I can relate to that in my past. I think I'm a lot more confident now than I was before. I used to be like cripplingly insecure, but that was all like due to bad programming from like childhood. Once I worked through that, it just evaporated basically. And I still have insecurities sometimes, I guess, but it's like never anything that's like holding me back, really seriously holding me back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because
it's obviously not holding me back from making stupid videos because I keep doing it.
that's great. I'm glad because I like you. I think you're great.
Thanks.
I mean, I think your videos are good. I
Yeah.
always get something out of them. I haven't found your latest one yet, but I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I think mine are a mixed bag. I got some good ones and some crappy ones. I just leave them all up.
This is your channel, Zephyr?
Yeah,
I want to see that.
yeah.
It's
I
weird.
have conversations. The Gong Show Tarot and the A to Z with AOE, which is Angel on Earth, is my friend. Those are the best ones. The Flip the Sim Switch show idea is probably the worst idea, but I leave it up there because it's like it's all this creation of YouTube, I guess. You never know what somebody else is going to get from something.
Flip the Simp Switch Season 1.
Yeah, it was this bad idea that I had.
Flip this.
Because I think that simps, like the guys that are like, you know, basically like very much attracted to younger girls that are kind of just using them, and then they don't get what they want and they get really mad. I think that they are sort of like pretty common nowadays, and I think they think that they're being like kind of knight in shining armor. It's like a noble sort of thing in their head, but I don't. And I think that since they think that they're doing the right thing and they're being good, but they don't see the negative part of it, that it's not that hard to gently show them those things and maybe that they could actually be good. But I don't think that's probably a good idea after thinking about it.
I wasn't able to follow the whole thing. I didn't really get how you were defining simps.
Like a guy that is maybe an older guy or a guy that has some money that is attracted to younger girls or girls that are
That's how you're defining simps.
kind
Okay.
of out of his league. And then gets mad whenever he realizes that they're using him,
Ah,
when it's totally like not all toward on his part either.
what's up, Reggie? It's been a while.
How's it going? I decided to bite the bullet. I was like, I need to talk to someone for 2 seconds, but I got my work done. So
You've been working out. Look at those muscles. You're all
What?
ripped.
What are you talking
I don't know. Nothing. No.
Okay. I haven't worked out in like months, so yeah. Oh, is it just me now? Okay.
Just you, yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, nice to meet you all. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna talk about. I'm trying my one goal is to be on here without making people my therapist, basically. My one goal. We'll see how long that lasts.
Usually just pick a topic and then just talk about it. So like going back to simps, is that your definition of simp?
Simp? Oh, based on I forgot.
What's an
Zephyr's?
interesting way to define it? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, now it's a meme, really. I mean, simp is like a
Yeah.
meme. It's memified layer by layer. Started out as simpleton, which is like somebody that wasn't that bright or whatever, but I think it's transformed.
I think a simp is like someone who has very low self-respect, and they kind of are very desperate for like a person, usually a woman's attention. And it's like they'll buy them things and like do like all this type of stuff. Like they'll buy things and they'll be super nice and stuff like that. And there's like you could basically they're basically doormats is kind of how I view it. So yeah.
Would you say that they do not negotiate the often? They just
I think it's a covert contract, right? Because there's kind of this assumption, at least traditionally, that okay, I give you this attention and then you will one day repay me with, I don't know, favors or whatever. I don't know. But there is kind of this assumption that if I'm really nice, then I will get this. It's very transactional at the bottom of it. From my point of view. And I mean the transaction doesn't work, but you know, there is this transactional assumption that I think happens.
Where do you think that comes from? I'm curious.
Well, I think I mean transactional relationships. I mean that is like an unfortunate reality. I don't know where that comes from exactly. I mean, maybe like I don't think it's like coming from capitalism that I think some people says. You know, some people make an assumption that it's like a social influence that we've become transactional, but I don't know where transactional relationships come from. But the simp version of transactions, I think, in a sad way, I guess it makes sense. They view their niceness as a rarity, if that makes sense. They're like, okay, I'm not like kind of one of the common phrases from this category of people is like, I'm not like other guys or I'm not like other girls because they're female simps as well, but I'm not like other people, right? So there's a rarity. There's an assumption that my behavior is rare, and so therefore I can trade that in, right, for what I want, you know? So, yeah.
I find that it like really goes into like something that happens with both sexes, and that's like the cultivation of a victim mindset that is generally unhealthy for probably both sides. But I think that it's, for me, it's, I've mostly seen the dynamic of the simp as a masculine sort of behavior, but I think it has to do with the feminine being seen as an object more so than the masculine. But
Yeah.
I'm still putting it all together.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I can see that. It's unfortunate. I think the principle underneath a lot of these things is like transactional versus relational interactions. I have like a very close friend that we've been kind of like talking about that a lot, and so I think that yeah, once if you could figure out why transactional relationships happen, period, I think then you'll have like you'll be close to your answer, I think.
I think historically there was a lot of primarily transactional relationships. Most were like arranged. There was a lot of arranged marriages, and the like consensus was generally that women were possessions. So probably there's some deep-rooted subconscious drives going on there. That would be my guess.
Reggie, do you feel with your feminine TE that you're also insecure about your logic?
Oh, back to that. Yeah, I was there when you guys were talking about that. Yeah, no, my logic's trash. I think, well, it's not trash, but I mean, even me saying that is kind of a sign of the insecurity, right? I think that I definitely ask for help excessively, and I ask for guidance or advice or second opinions, even when I probably could think for myself or find some resource to help or something like that. That's what I would say. And so yeah, I think it's a very, I don't want to call it weak, but it's yeah, very insecure side of myself, I would say.
Yeah, so it's like it's not even the fact, like, because it's a savior for you, so it has nothing to do with the savior or demon side. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that, I mean, it's half demon because I have demon blast or whatever. You could do that, all that like rigmarole. Yeah, I think at the core of it is, I think it's just the function itself is really weak, like, you know, in a certain way. Yeah.
I wonder how feminine FE has the same sort of math going on with it.
That's what I was just thinking about.
Ah, nice.
I think for me, it's like when I'm sharing something, like I have like a sense of hesitation, or like earlier, like I was going to share something, but then I just got too scared to be vulnerable. So like, yeah, that's not.
You could
Insecure
remember what
about
it is. You should share it right now.
No, I'm good. It would probably pertain very well to the topic at hand, but I'm not going to.
Oh, that's such a tease.
Well, you should feel ashamed for not sharing it now. Yeah.
Well, dang, bummer.
They have to beg you? Oh,
No, I was just gonna like. Well, okay, we're all adults here, right? I'm gonna assume we're all
Yes.
adults here.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if it's just
We're
because
all
I've been
adults enough
working
to
out.
remind you of whatever you say for the next 20 years every day.
I know, right?
I don't think I'm going to negatively judge whatever you say, for sure. I don't know about anybody else, though.
All right.
All right. Well,
You're in a
regardless.
safe space, Manuel. You're in a safe space.
Yeah. There's the FE word. Anyway, so I don't know if it's just because I've been really stressed out lately, or working out, or both. But like I've been, I don't know, what's the neutral term for this? I guess horny, quite frankly.
Yeah, I was going to say that word.
But like, I know it's not necessarily bad, but like, I know compared to at least my roommates, I'm more on the extreme. And I'm like, okay, so I don't know if that's something I need to work on. Is that an issue? But yeah, this is interesting.
I mean, I've just noticed with men, like it's a whole range. It's probably just hormones,
Probably.
And you're very young. I mean, thinking back over all my boyfriends, they were all pretty different, and some of them had extremely high sex drives. And, it was a lot of work. It was, some extra work in that kind of a relationship. But I think it's normal. It's probably within the normal range.
Yeah, I'd say so. I've kind of been having the opposite problem lately. I've been like lower libido than I'm used to. And it's mostly because I've been in my head, probably.
Yeah, I just see a decline with age. And I remember when I was in my 20s thinking like, hearing older people talking about how the libido declines. And I thought that sounds awful. I hope that never happens to me. I hope I always love sex as much as I do right now. And then like when you get older, it declines a little, like just naturally. And like, I don't care. I mean, I'm not heartbroken about it, like how I thought I was going to be when I was 19.
Right.
Manuel, you could try chemical castration. Just go to a doctor and get the drugs.
The hell is that?
Don't do that. It's bad for you. I was joking.
Well, my fiance is 12 years older than me, and he's got quite a very large, high libido, but he's also like not as assertive. And so if I let myself get distracted, I feel like sometimes I'm neglecting him. So that can be challenging.
Yeah.
Well, like another thing for me is like I'm testing, so like it just like comes out of nowhere. Like I could be in the middle of class working on something, and then it just comes. I'm like, oh god damn it. and
I have
then
a
I can't
song for
focus.
that.
Yeah.
I have a
If you,
song.
I don't know how practical it'll be for you, but if you're feeding it a lot, it'll be hungry. Yeah.
Ah.
It's like salt water. The more you drink it, the more you get thirsty.
I didn't think of it that way. But
I wonder if it's like if you don't use it, you lose it, and if you use it, you get it. If it's like that with because that's how your rest of your biology works, really.
You don't lose
Right?
it. You don't lose it. You can always get it back very easily. Not a big deal.
By using it, right?
Yep. But yeah, it's similar mechanism, I guess. It's like if you're breastfeeding, you're gonna have to give milk even if your child doesn't want it. You have to do it. You get
Ironically,
the cows,
my-
the cows that they walk into the breast, like the breast pumps to get drained.
Ironically,
Yeah.
that function never worked. I had 2 children and I wasn't able to breastfeed either of them.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I tried really hard.
Wait,
Yeah,
am I
it's
the
all
only
about
tester here?
at the very beginning. If they start like if you start using it right away, then it starts growing, like you said. Yeah. If you're not
Yeah,
able
and
to get past that hump, then it's really hard to get on the wagon.
I used a breast pump even, and it still
Yeah.
didn't. My milk didn't come in with my first one, and the second one, she was born premature, and they kept her in the hospital, and my milk came in,
Right.
but she wasn't there, and I didn't have a breast pump, so I couldn't
Right.
do. They're both great adults now, though.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, we had similar problems with my daughter. They gave her formula in the hospital against our wishes, and then she wasn't able to drink after that. Only wanted the formula. It's way sweeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used the carnation one because the Similac or Enfamil, they made my daughter throw up a lot.
Yeah.
That was the only one that
I've
would work.
heard both. I've heard like the Similac is only the good one for some kids, and for others, it gives them like pimples and spots and stuff. But yeah. What's up, Jay? I was talking about your theory. I got your stuff. I wasn't able to look into it yet, but I saw the way you were combining stuff to make functions, like three parts. So it looked interesting. Take a look. He's got a Trinity. He's trying to go. I always thought we should do this anyways. Is go from like a binary cognitive system to trinary to see how you could divide the cognition differently.
I love that idea
Yeah.
because I think we're moving beyond the dualism.
Yeah.
Can you identify very much so with collective?
Collective.
Yeah, with like, I have a very, I identify with the collective of people. Like I try and relate to everyone, and I observe people and sort of pick up on patterns.
Do you relate to some of that, Reggie?
Relate to what part?
You observing the collective, you being receptive to the collective.
I honestly feel very oblivious. I don't know what most of the collective is doing. I think I pay attention to maybe I'm being very specific, like overly specific about the wording here, but like when it comes to like groups that I follow, like for example, I'm still in the OP Facebook group. I follow, like I kind of pay attention to that, which I guess is a collective. I'm like, okay, I see what these groups are talking about and who's here and who's doing what and who's silly and who's being overly dramatic or whatever. So I pay attention to those trends, I guess. And then vaguely, like, you know, it's like if there's something that like is so newsworthy that it's like I'll pay attention to it, and then I'll have like minor trends that'll come in. But yeah, like I don't have like a meter of like what the collective does or what the collective thinks on like a big scale. Like I don't think I do.
Do you experience synchronicities?
You know, it's I think the honest answer is I used to. But then again, it's like that was back when I believed in them more. So I don't know if I actually was experiencing them or I was like seeing them because I wanted to see them, if that makes sense.
I mean, from a statistics point of view, their synchronicities have to occur sometimes. You can't avoid synchronicities.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, you know, it's like I can't avoid them, but I mean, I might miss them. You know, I think if you're paying attention,
not see them. Right.
yeah, if you're looking for them, then you'll see them, right? And I think that recently I just haven't been looking for them as much. So if I have experienced synchronicities, I couldn't tell you, like, so, yeah. Yeah.
Reggie, are you a 1?
That's what I've been told. Yeah.
I have no idea what number I am.
Yeah. You could be number 7.
What's that?
He's talking about Enneagram, I think.
No, I'm just
I'm he's joking. There's no 7.
Joking around. Yeah.
I was like, I would rather be 11 or 10. 10 is my goal.
Yeah. But yeah, was there a reason? Like, what's up?
Oh, I just been trying to actually like TINI what each social is. So like with 4s, I've renamed it for myself as like connection, because like what I see from the 4s is like that's what they value the most, is like the connection or the bond that they form.
Yeah.
With other people. And so I was wondering if I like, even though my brother's a 1, I don't really understand what's going on with him, because he's also what I suspect to be a play last and a number 1. So he just doesn't share anything.
I was theorizing back when that it has to do with the hierarchies we're paying attention to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the 1 hierarchy is looking really at the power, like who really has the power. Yeah, I think that's their hierarchy.
I guess I don't know.
I don't like hierarchies. Ugh.
Yeah, you're probably a 4. I think a 4 pays attention to like the social hierarchy, where like who's the most liked, who has the most friends, who's the guy, you know, that kind of thing.
Are 4s from your perspective blind to the power dynamics or no?
I don't think anyone's blind to it. I think you can, like Reggie said, if you're looking for it, you can see it.
Yeah.
I just think that's what it is. We're just not looking for it as much, but we can see it if we focus on it. Yeah.
Or it's just not a priority as far as interacting with it.
Right.
As much, maybe.
Well, speaking of power.
Sweet, appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you get around to it. Go ahead, Manuel.
Okay. Oh yeah, power. I like to open my mouth, and so I have tried to assert myself into higher positions or into positions of power, and I didn't realize like how much work actually goes into it. Which I mean, I already had experience with that, but I forgot how much work it goes into. It takes to actually make it happen, and that's what I'm processing right now, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, I was presented with an opportunity for to start it or help start a youth council here up in Oregon for Native Americans, and I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'm down. But then
you're going to start a 4 group.
Yeah, basically.
You're going to be the number 1 of a 4 group. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, well, not just that, but also, well, okay, so there's the youth council, and then there's another organization called ACES, which is American Indian Science and Engineering Society, and there's not a chapter here at University of Oregon. And so I was the president at the previous one, at the previous university, 2 year that I was at. So I was like, okay, well, I'll start 1 year. And so I've been processing the amount of work that it's going to take to actually do that. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Black
Yeah,
But
you
last
need
stuff,
you
I
need
guess
someone
you
to
could
help
say.
you out. You need someone with TE that's going to help you out.
Yeah,
Someone
I
who's
know.
reliable, like Annie.
I genuinely need a blaster because there's only so much I can do on my own. Because like I can email and I can talk to people and all that. Like I can do it. It's draining. It's I don't know
Yeah,
of
I don't
anyone
think it's
else.
not draining for anyone. It's draining for everyone.
if
Okay.
somebody gives me a list, I can do it.
Yeah. You give her a list of your native friends and have her invite them.
I would do that. in a
Well,
heartbeat.
what's worse is there's like I think she's all I know is she's DE, possibly Blast, Savior Blast. And she's the one that presented me with the youth council thing. And she's like, oh yeah, I already told my boss about you, so they're just waiting for you to email them. I'm like, oh well, all right, great.
Is
So
she the
now I'm
reason you're
being
horny?
forced into it.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Oh god, no, it's just women in general. If we're gonna be honest, but
All right.
Yeah, you
anyways,
feel
yeah. So,
corralled a little bit.
but what was that? Oh yeah, but yeah. So I don't know. That's what I've been processing. Like, all right, so I gotta actually look at my schedule, figure out what I can do here, and then on top of that, I gotta actually catch up with all my assignments that I've been missing. So, blast last stuff. But yeah. Oh, jeez.
How's your job going, Reggie?
It's slow. I think I'm getting stuff done, but I have plenty of. It's like a touch and go, it's stop and go, type of thing. Which I'm grateful for because I mean it gives me time to do other stuff, but it makes me concerned because sometimes I'm like, okay, should I be doing more? Like, should I be, attacking this a little bit more intensely? Like, should I be like going above and beyond all that type of stuff? But I haven't been yelled at yet, so I think we're good. Yeah. Also, I'll be right back. I have to pick up something real quick.
All right. So that's why he's okay. Got it.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up?
How you been, man?
It's going all right. Just got an angry baby over here.
He's angry. Like, can we see him? Can we see him be angry?
Well, he's probably he doesn't look very angry, but if I put him down, he wants to nap and eat. So
Okay. Have you typed him yet?
no, not quite.
Red hair, ENFP done.
Nah, he doesn't have red hair. Not quite.
Yeah, that's a little ginger right there, just a little bit for now.
Yeah, he's got kind of a weird mix where there's like some brown, some blonde, and some red.
So cute. What a chipmunk cheeks.
Are you happy now? Are you happy? Oh, you're going down.
Okay.
That sounds like he's cheating soon a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, how are you, baby?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Memo, we typed Nolan and baby Lawrence when they were babies. So
I love babies. They're the best.
Have you been processing, Chris? I saw you left me some kind of message. I didn't quite get it. I don't remember where it was.
I left a message. Which one?
Somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember where it was, but I didn't quite get what
Oh
you
no,
were
I
trying
was
to talk about.
no, I was arguing with a guy. I was arguing with the guy who was in there.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that was talking about like opting out of the government and everything, and yeah.
That was Godhead Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
check
yeah.
see if he came back yet.
But yeah, to me, if people are talking about like opting out of the government and everything, like I get it to some degree. You can't be completely involved. Like in politics, that's when I feel like people get deranged, is when politics becomes life. But at the same time, you can't just completely disconnect from like society. And I feel like that's just, I feel like cowardice is how I would see it, but I don't know. I would need to figure out more of what the guy was talking about. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked with this person quite a bit in other chats. That's why I asked for clarification.
Yeah, you did the more responsible thing than me. I just said it was corny.
Yeah. People don't usually respond well to that.
No, they don't. I was being intentionally rude.
It's okay. We need one guy doing that anyways.
Yeah.
That's
you could
true.
be that guy. Yeah.
Sometimes I do it too. I'm just saying they don't usually respond well to that. You don't seem to mind.
You need
So
the good cop and the bad cop always. You gotta.
Yep. Yeah.
it's like wah wah wah. I mean, I wasn't saying that to be critical at all.
Yeah, we know. No judgment from you, Zephyr. We know.
Oh, I'm just like Captain Obvious right now, I guess.
No.
That's me being insecure right there.
No, thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming on. It's good. Good to have you.
Oh, you figured me out. Just have to pat me on the head and I'm perfectly good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh,
do you know that what's that called, metronome guy? What's his name, Chris? The guy that you investigated?
Monograph, I think.
Monograph, yeah, Monograph metronome. Do you know him, Zephyr?
Does not ring a bell.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting that you went down that rabbit hole figuring out who this guy was because someone online was DE trashing him and canceling him. So you're like, I wonder who this guy is. He's giving him more attention.
I do things like that a lot. If I find somebody that's like notoriously one thing or another, I like to go and check it out for myself as well. So.
Well, for me, I'd actually had 2 points of contact with the name. Dragon's Neck had also told me that he'd heard about him, the Monograph guy, in a different. If anybody's familiar with, what is he? His name escapes me. He was a lawyer. He got into some hot water over like doing drugs and stuff. But anyway, I doubt anybody's in that weird community. So.
I know a few lawyers have gotten in trouble with drugs, probably not even related, but what community?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of a community. Rakita Law. That's it. Rakita Law. I don't know what the community is. I guess just streamer people, but.
Yeah, I haven't come across that one yet either.
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole. If you want to go down one, just look up.
Oh, I go down a lot of rabbit holes. Try and stay out of the red flag holes, though.
I gotta go soon, but before I go, I wanted to touch back on, we were talking about deportation earlier, And I know a lot
Right.
of the tribes have been telling their tribal members to carry their tribal IDs. 'Cause, yeah, some people
Right.
like I know in Navajo Nation, this
They can't deport
older
you. You
woman,
guys have nowhere
she
else
got
to be
deported.
deported to. They can't deport you.
I mean,
Yeah,
whenever
just
you're
say
profiling,
Yeah,
just say we
it
own
doesn't
this land
matter.
first, bitch.
yeah. I know. Why don't I deport
For
you?
real.
I'll get my tribes together and deport you. You don't belong here.
Shit. I want to. I'm not gonna say it, but yeah, no, it's actually pretty crazy because yeah, and actually a couple of days ago, I think, or yesterday, I don't know, the days are blurring. My tribe almost shut down our Treasury Department because of certain acts or treaties, executive orders that Trump has been signing off on. It's basically been, what's the word I'm looking for? Shutting down funding for tribes all over the nation. So I thought
Right.
that was interesting. And I don't think they have any
Interesting.
idea on how to fight back against it. But you know, which is ironic because in the treaties, certain treaties with the government, they're obligated to do that. So
Right.
in other words, he basically started
So
a
you
war.
go.
I don't think
No,
he
well,
realizes he did
first of
that,
all, it's a
but
legal battle. First of all, the lawyers can get involved. I think what he's doing really
right.
is shaking trees and seeing what happens. And I don't think I'm hoping he'll give you your funding back if you show him that don't shake this tree. Like we deserve this. Like we need this. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I feel like he
Yeah,
respects like a show of strength to some degree.
Right.
I agree, but knowing at least with my tribe, that's gonna be a while because they're a little slow. So, and I don't mean that as a what's it called organization. I mean quite literally there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you would refuse an audience with the Cheyenne tribe or your, especially if you have a media outlet. He likes small media.
Yeah. Well, I know the Navajo Nation is on his side, so I don't know what they're gonna do about that. But because
That's why you hate the
the
Navajos. Now I know.
yeah, now you
The
now you know.
authority figure is going to be a lady, just so you, probably, is my guess, from my knowledge. Anyway,
Maybe.
you're usually the person. Well, maybe not nowadays. Things have shifted quite a bit, but I don't know. Intuitively, I want to. I mean, this is what I do. As I like, whenever I'm reading cards, is I also feel the energy of there's an authority figure that is a woman, and if you can get her on your side or get her like copacetic with you, like at least neutral, then things will go a lot more smoothly for whatever your goal is in going in to whatever you're going to do.
Oh, are you telling that to me?
Yes.
Or, oh, okay. I see.
I don't know anything about it, but I get vibes.
Wait, say that one more time. So, because I
I
kind of
don't know
wasn't.
anything, any specifics, but I do get energetic vibes, like the feelings of familiarity and certain things, and that's what I picked up on was like the Danae are going to have a feminine. It could also be a male that is feminine energy as well, though that is a person that you, if you get them on your side and they recognize you, then things will go smoothly for you. So just keep an eye out for that person.
Okay. I'll let my Navajo friends know.
Yeah. Well,
It's
they'll
weird.
probably know exactly who that person is if you bring it up.
Yeah.
They just say, "Hey, it's weird. This chick, like from Farmington."
But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm pretty sure most of the tribes have no idea how to fight back. other than- 'cause,
So
at least
yeah,
from what I understood from the
They're
message.
sovereign. Why should they
there's a
fight back?
couple of things Trump's doing. He's showing his power, right? And he wants that to be respected. And he's also seeing I think he's seeing where he can close the water and where he can't. And if you can close the water there, then yeah.
Well, and you're
Well,
all
it's
you're
funny
all
you say
sovereign
that.
nations.
He's creating communication streams too, because you're gonna have to try to get in touch with him and communicate with him in some way. So he's also forcing you guys to create some kind of communication.
That makes sense. Yeah. What did I say? Oh, well, to answer your statement, Zephyr, or I guess to reply to your statement. So yeah, on paper we're sovereign, but technically we're not because the U.S. government has the BIA in place on each tribe. Well, okay, so technically there's like a screening process that once you're basically self-sufficient, you don't need BIA or the government to take part of your, I don't know, government basically. But most tribes don't have that. There's only like a few. I know one of them is the Seminole Nation in Florida. So yeah. Now going back to, oh yeah, literally water, as you said, Benjamin. He signed an executive order, I think, for the there's a river in California, and my friend, he's from that tribe. He wants to take the river and like I God damn it, I can't think of the ST word for it. But basically, just take that water and put it into the California fires, which is funny. Well, not correctly.
Yeah, they tried to do that with the Animus La Plata in southern Colorado and northern New Mexico here. And I would be talking to some environmental biologists. It's like the squawfish saved us. kept them from taking the water. If you could find an endangered species somewhere there, that would be good.
So he's trying to reroute the river like into California?
Yeah, basically.
Where is it routed right now? Where is it going now?
So basically it goes from the Pacific Ocean into the mountains. But basically,
So it's out of the mountains into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. And so but basically the only reason why the government hasn't touched it is because there's fish there that are endangered, and especially salmon, because I guess traditionally or historically salmon would go through there to make babies and then
So it sounds like you're going to need to find a way to preserve those fish, but I mean, and like just rerouting a river, like it's going into the Pacific anyways, right? And it's nice fresh water just going into salt water. So I mean, it's good to make use of it. And if you can figure out a way to still get the water, like the fresh water out of it before it hits the river, like before it hits the sea, the ocean, then and still keep the fish, and like this, that's great. That's wonderful. That's a win-win. There's nothing. Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't know what the tribe has decided, but I know that that was basically Trump's argument, was that it's being wasted, so just put it in the fire, basically. So.
Yeah, so it depends on where he's grabbing it. If he's grabbing it right before the end, that's like there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you said, there's those fish that go between the salt water and the fresh water. They need that.
Yeah.
Right.
But
there's no municipal water supply that can fight an urban fire that big. It doesn't matter if it's California or Oregon. Like if there was a urban fire that big up in Portland, they wouldn't be able to fight it any easier. It doesn't really have anything to do with a river or an endangered species. It's like municipal water systems are not built for that.
Right. Well, like you don't want to take water from the ocean because you're going to put salt all over the land and you're going to destroy the land. So you do want fresh water. And I mean, if it's going to save lives and save people, it's kind of irresponsible to say no to that kind of thing. You know, if it's only going to be used in cases of emergency as like a backup supply reserve, I mean, it's hard to argue not to save people's lives with it.
Right. Which that's also the problem though, is that he wants to like reroute it entirely. So it wouldn't be the reserve; it would be like the water that they use.
Huh.
Yeah. So which it'd probably be gone by next 10 years or so. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what
But
they
yeah.
wanted to do with Animus and La Plata, is they wanted to pipeline it out to California for watering agriculture.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a big mess. That's all I gotta say on that one.
Yeah, they got a water problem in California. Yeah.
Yeah.
That problems.
But all right. I have lab in 20 minutes and I gotta go print some stuff out. So I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right, later, man.
Peace.
I saw there's a ton of water solutions that Israel had to come up with, and they've been doing really well with getting fresh water. Yeah.
What, you guys don't just drink right out of the the Dead Sea?
There's actually stuff growing there now, and there's fish in that area.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
weird.
How's that working out? Or like, what's the cause?
I don't know. It's like a weird biological mutation that's able to grow in salt, a plant, and then there's like little fresh water pockets there that fish are living in. Yeah.
That's so
Wow, that's
cool.
pretty crazy.
Life is so resilient. I think we're like good if we just accept that we have to adapt and that we can. Is that seen as a positive thing that there's things growing there now?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Amazing.
Have you ever been in it?
Yeah, a few times. Yeah.
So you just float? I mean,
it's just heavier water, so you're lighter in relation to it.
In one of those hyperbaric chambers, probably a little bit, except for it's like a really big one.
It looks pretty. I'm looking at pictures of it.
Yeah, there's some nice spots. Lowest place on Earth. I mean, that's above water, but below sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah, sea level is so cool because there's so much oxygen there. I always feel like I'm like superhuman whenever I go visit the ocean or sea level.
Yeah, so that's below sea level.
Yeah. Well, there's more oxygen the lower you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here I'm like pretty much a mile up. Even well, in the valley, just a little bit under a mile. A lot of the people aren't prepared when they come to visit Albuquerque for the altitude, and that they have to adjust.
That was one of my favorite curiosities when I went to Grand Lake, Colorado back in 2019, because I was running a lot back then, and I just was so curious about running there. It was interesting.
Yeah, I went to Oregon and we went to Monkey Face Rock, and I like hiked up the whole the short trail, which is like super steep, and it's all like volcanic black rock and with no water, and it was like I thought I was gonna die by the time I got to the top, but it was like I never would have been able to do that here.
So the funny thing is, oxygen is actually toxic. It's probably better for us to live in a lower oxygenated environment.
Yeah. It feels pretty awesome though whenever you're in a high oxygen environment and you're not used to it. It's like you're high all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the most radical chemicals. It's like what causes rust and all that stuff. Corrosion.
Oxidization is like
Yeah.
aging much everything, but we kind of need oxygen. It's so
You need
weird.
oxygen. Yeah.
I wish we could be like octopus. Not like copper instead of iron-based blood. That might be easier. Then again, they're like muscly boogers with one little beak. They have 8 brains though, 1 in each leg. Well, 9 brains because they have 1 in each leg, and then their main one.
Yeah, they've got it's distributive processing. Everything is responsible for its own section.
Yeah. I would like to be an octopus.
I don't think you can be. You have a brain.
Yeah, but someday maybe if reincarnation works like that, that'd be fun.
Yeah, you have we're too centralized. It's very weird to wrap your head around a decentralized creature like that.
Would it be hard for it to wrap its head around my head?
Yeah, it's like it changes colors and all of it's a complicated process, but it doesn't actually have to think about it because its arms are doing that all on its own.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have that good a vision, but it matches everything. It's crazy. Sometimes I feel like, because I'm very nearsighted, I feel like we have a secondary visual circle in our brain. And I feel like more sometimes.
Can
Have
you guys
you
hear
ever?
him?
Yeah, we can definitely hear him.
I love it. He's like gurgling.
Have you seen the box jellyfish?
Yes, I love all sea creatures.
The way the eyes work and the brains are attached to each eye on the
That's
box jellyfish. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually like cuttlefish better than I like octopuses. They hypnotize their prey by strobing. And they do this weird alien face. Like, it's so weird. They look like, I'm pretty sure that they are aliens.
Yeah, they seem like one of the most primitive forms of cognition, and like if you look at cognition from their perspective, you can really see how the most basic parts form. It's an interesting creature, the box jellyfish.
Oh.
Also,
We
the
have-
structure is different than ours because we're able to connect opposites, and so I want to know. I want to see how they steer, right? Because each eye is sort of giving input with which direction it needs to go, and so I wonder: is there a dominant eye? Like, is there a way for one eye to be dominant if there's no connection in the middle? Or is that how dominance happens? And we all also have figured out how to not have a connection in the middle because it can't talk to the opposite eye. It has to go only to its neighboring eye. And so they have to collaborate somehow without having a direct form of communications between the opposite eyes.
So it's
I
like
wondered, yeah.
a vision for them, sort of.
Well, each eye is like also has a brain, which is also contributing to the decision on where to go. And each eye is actually 4 eyes.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
You know what? I guess I don't understand if this is totally true because I didn't look into it. But when I was training horses, that's what I did in high school. What I think I understand is that horses don't have a corpus callosum, and so that's why anything you teach them on the right, you have to also teach them on the left.
Interesting.
Yeah, well,
So
and they
yeah,
don't have much 3D vision really either because their eyes are on the sides of their head, pointing opposite directions, sort of. Right?
yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know what their field of vision is, but yeah, I would assume it's not. It's
It's
more like
huge.
peripheral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's a huge field of vision. They see everything.
Do you
Or-
think they see do they see what's right in front of them?
It's as if you have eyes in the back of your head. Like one is on one side, the other one's on the other side.
Mhm.
It's like you had one eye in front of you and one eye behind you.
Mm.
But the field of vision doesn't really overlap, so they don't have a lot of 3D depth perception, probably, right?
Right. No depth perception. Yeah.
Yeah. They also don't care if you're on their back and they run through a forest. They don't have any perception that they might knock you off if they run under a tree, just so you know.
So they don't have a connection between their left and right lobes, or like a limited
I
one.
mean, that's what the barn head told me. I mean, I
Okay.
didn't look it up to verify, but like, yeah, something like
Yeah,
they
we should
don't
ask AI if
have
that's true.
they don't have a corpus callosum, I think is what I remember learning.
Or maybe a more limited one.
Mm-hmm.
I watched some really interesting documentaries about some people that had specific types of brain damage that have really elucidated like the different parts of the brain, like and how they function. Like there was one guy that had brain damage. I think it was frontal lobe damage on one hemisphere, like on his previously dominant side. Like his hand didn't the same side as his hand, actually, so it would be the opposite side. And like you could hold up some keys in the mirror behind him and he would try and reach in the mirror like to get them, and that seems to be like something that is like pretty consistent with that kind of brain damage. So it's like it like cuts off some sort of it's really fascinating, like the weird things that having damage in certain parts of your brain, certain circuits will do.
Yeah.
I was just reading. It looks like horses do have a corpus callosum, but it's very underdeveloped, so the two halves don't communicate very well.
Yeah, I got that too. So I had an experience when I was in high school. There was a horse that was just green broke, so you could barely get on him and ride around. But then they still need further training, and so I had the opportunity to train that horse. So I was the only one that rode him, and I remember just having to teach him everything on both sides and keep reiterating. So I don't know. That was a fun experience.
I have a cat that has a dominant paw and then another one that's ambidextrous. When it cleans its face, one of them uses the same paw all the time to clean the whole face, and the other one uses both alternating to clean the closest side to whatever paw it has. I think that's interesting too.
Nice. I was going to ask, how do you know it's ambidextrous, but that answers my question.
Yeah, I figured I should probably add the detail because that was pretty vague. My cats understand English, though. It's weird. And they like try and it feels like sometimes they try and communicate telepathically. Like they'll just like look at me like they expect me to know what I'm supposed to be doing for them.
So you taught them English? You taught them English, like intentionally?
Yeah. Well, and they're actually I'm a professional cat herder for my little team of cats, and they all have their different skills that they're good at.
Right.
I can like tell them to sit and stay, and they will do that. most of them will do that for a short period of time. They don't have a really long attention span, but they do what I tell them to do mostly.
Right. So me thinking as a number one, and also me relating this back to Black Panther. If this was Wakanda, you would be the king of Wakanda, and then they.
Well, I'm a
would
Leo
be-
too, so I'm a big kitty myself.
I see. That makes sense in my head.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm glad. I'm glad you got it.
How you been, Mimo? How's life?
Been good. I was listening to the stream, but I was driving my grandma around town running some errands. Took her to a
Nice.
doctor's appointment. So yeah, life's good. Call me a Chick-fil-A.
The tribe politics are going around.
Yeah, the world's always ending, the usual.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So people are being people.
You don't seem too stressed out about it.
Yeah, I think it's like I'm not, but I think my tidal wave is that I just haven't putting it off. So then it comes and it's like, oh, but I'm not really. But it's like I am. I'm not. If that makes sense. But yeah, that was pretty interesting. That yeah, Angel pretty much hit on everything I was thinking about. Well,
Oh yeah.
a lot of people are thinking about.
Yeah, he's got the ST.
Yeah. If that was me, I would have been. Oh,
He's pretty
yeah.
worried about it. It looks like.
Oh yeah, for him, it's it's doomsday. I'm just kidding. That's why I believe he's much further.
Well, I mean, if he's maybe you just want to have sovereignty. Like, why would you take money from America? Just be sovereign.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Is like, but it's like, we're capable of doing it, but we're
just
not
do it. Yeah.
It's like,
I mean, sometimes that kind of thing is the push you need.
Mm-hmm. And it's like now's kind of the best time to become our own actual sovereign nation more than ever because of the boundaries.
I would support that. 100%.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, why do we need their help? Like,
just declare sovereignty. Just be like, we want to be our own nation.
Mm-hmm. It's like we have our own resources. We even have our own war societies, but I guess our own police force. We have our own. We could do everything ourselves. It's just we don't. Why? Don't ask. So it's all right. But once I become king of Wakanda, it'll happen. So
yeah. You declare your border. You make your own. You make your lines. Anyone crosses it, they're crossing into your nation. That's it. Those are the rules of war. If they want to cross in, they can't cross in without permission. You make your own rules. It's your own land.
For real, and it's actually that easy. It's like, of course, it's hard to do it, but it's actually not hard to do it. It's easy. Like, I think the only reason why it may seem hard is because it's like kind of like what Dave was talking about with running a business is like you're so busy putting out fires, you're on phone calls, and it's like, but that's what the delegating is for. I'm of course studying all these business leaders, and it's like how to go from like a 10-person business to 100. It's like I'm seeing how to apply that to government and organizations. So it's much easier to do that instead of the next person that in line that's the most educated becomes the next governor for the tribe just because they're the next person in line and nobody else.
Well, let me tell you, if Hamas can do it, you can do it. Yeah.
Well, I think like knowing typology, you probably have a unique insight into like what is going to be like how things are ordered, like in the way that would make things much easier for everyone to work together too. So that's a good thing to have that knowledge ahead of time. So you've already got 1+.
Yes, that's exactly my strategy I'm doing. As I'm a savior general, so I'm getting +1s here and there.
And you actually are a nation. Like, that is really your identity. Like, there's that too.
Yeah,
you're not pretending to be a nation. You actually are a nation.
Do you come to the Gathering of Nations? Does your tribe participate? Like, you guys come to Albuquerque ever?
Yeah. My family goes out there, and I have a Pueblo family too. So
I would love to see you there.
Bet, next time I'm around,
for sure.
I guess I'll have to. Oh yeah, you have a YouTube. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna find your YouTube.
It's my name. It's Actually, if you search in the YouTube search, the hashtag down with the Patrix instead of the Matrix, you'll find a short on my channel. It pops up. It's the only thing that pops up. It's all like one word.
Pitch.
Down with the Patrix. I can type it in the back chat if you want,
Oh,
or I can you
found
actually.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
see, that's easy. I did that on purpose.
Gotcha.
Awesome. I'm also on Discord if you have Discord.
Oh yeah, I got Nico on there too.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the back chat.
More Energy Dawn stuff like last stream. But yeah, we're actually our own sovereign nation. It's like we're just not doing it just because everybody's choking on their own workload. That's not even a workload if you delegate it. So it's of course it sounds easy for me to say, but it's like
No, yeah, there's struggles. It's
Mm-hmm.
You're essentially trying to come back from the dead. You're essentially trying to resurrect, and there's always going to be struggles.
Yeah.
I gotta say, just delegate usually ends up being harder in my experience than just delegate.
You're delegating people to mess up, so you have to go and clean up.
Yep.
Their
Yep.
Yeah. It's actually one of the
dealing with
things.
that all week.
Yeah, our tribe's actually being upset about that because our governor, since a lot of our people aren't, I guess, qualified to work, even if they are, but if you don't, he's hiring international people, like people from like South America or like Africa, to come work on our job. But people aren't liking that because they want to work there, not other people. So it's like, oh, well, that's confusing. So
yeah,
amongst other things, there's
So what's your GDP as a nation? Do you have those statistics ready on hand?
No. I'm not Savior Sensory.
Oh no! All right. Well, those are the kinds of things you're gonna have to raise. You got to get your GDP up.
That is actually very true. This is something I'll be delegating when I'm king of Wakanda.
Yes, when you're king of Wakanda, we know.
Oh, well, it's somewhere between 261 to 32 million. Actually, a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, you could do a lot with that money.
Yeah, especially with a tribe of under 20,000 people. That's a lot.
Yeah, if you're sovereign, that's your GDP. It belongs to you. Belongs to Cheyenne.
Well, I guess we could become independent overnight if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Again, I probably sound egotistical saying this for the future me, but are like, what is it? What is the word? Arrogant or ignorant? But I do think it is true. It really is that easy. But even though it's not, but it is. So, yeah.
Well, and the domain of your own authority is something that you are entitled to. So I wouldn't say that that's egotistical or overreaching your bounds there.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds exciting to me. I mean,
yeah,
you're in a position to do what a lot of us that don't have tribal status. I'm only 1/32 Cherokee, so I got no authority.
That is true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Cherokee can do whatever they want. That's their nation, right? Maybe they will say you're part of their nation.
Well, we actually intermarried with settlers, and the particular tribe from North Carolina that my bloodline came from it's not recognized.
Would your nation, Mimo, accept 1/32 as part of your nation? What would be your immigration policy? How could I become one of you?
They've been invited.
That's a good question. I was actually thinking about that because
Go.
yeah, because people are, that's a big talk about it nowadays is blood quantum. It's like, oh, how do you tell if you're native or not? My blood quantum? No, that's not how it works. So people are more going to the theory of proving your ancestry. But at the same time, it's like, do you define if you're native by your blood, or is it by like who you are? So I'm thinking of more of a like an actual sense of if you're doing your culture or if you're actually engaging with the people or not. But that sounds really not democratic like. But
Yeah.
I think like there's people that are native that are or that help with our tribe that aren't native. Like my dad or this person from another tribe. There's one dude's from Cree up north. There's other dudes from anyways. They help out, but they're not Cheyenne. And it's like, well, they're a part of the tribe, but they're not CNA. So what is that? So I think it comes to a point where there's like secondary or tertiary labels of citizenship that we can implement.
What if someone comes in and is like, hey, I'll say your Pledge of Allegiance and I want to become one of you?
Okay, no, that's definitely not.
No, you're not going to do that? So you have no immigration policy. Closed doors.
That's immigration.
Yeah, this is immigration. This is to join your nation. How would you let someone be a member of your nation?
I was thinking about that. About the ICE.
If they were born there, would you kick them out? You're like, no, it doesn't matter. You just came here to give birth in our land. You're a scammer. You wanted to be one of us.
That was actually very true.
Yeah.
Well, maybe citizenship isn't defined by where you're born. It's by who you are.
Mm. So would you accept 132nd into Cheyenne?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I think I was thinking of, oh, well, if I was governor right now, would I accept like South American and Mexican immigrants to take refuge on the reservation because the U.S. doesn't have jurisdiction on the lands? It's like, would I do that? And I was like, if I would, what would be the immigration policy for that? And I was like, I still haven't rendered the full ST of it, but it's like, I don't even know if it would be like it is a good idea, but it's like, is it a good idea? Like, is it actually changing? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because in my head,
to
it's
immigrate to Judaism, all you have to do is agree to 613 commandments and to keep them. That's all you have to do. Yeah, not a big deal. That's our requirements. Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, I don't know. That's what a lot of people are thinking.
What would your commandments be that people would have to agree to follow? Would that be a route you could go down?
Yeah.
What are you must eat dog? It's a commandment.
Yeah.
If you want to be a member, you have to eat a puppy.
Yeah. It's like
no one's going to want to join you, man. Just no one's going to want to do it. That's it.
That's how you keep
I'd do it. I'd do it.
You do it to join.
If I didn't know the puppy, I might.
Yeah, that would keep going. We'll hold a ceremony.
I think that's the most badass immigration policy. Eat a puppy.
Yeah. We'll get a lot of Chinese immigrants.
Vietnamese, yeah.
Korean, yeah. There's a few different countries that think that's fine. I think if we were on a desert island, we'd be negotiating like each of us giving up a limb, or else I would eat someone definitely. If they didn't agree to share
Mm-hmm.
equally, they would. Yeah, that'd be fair game.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. What, 150 years ago?
I wouldn't be happy about it, but when you come down to survival, it's not about what makes you happy.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly what we did 150 years ago, but why we still do it, I have no idea. Don't ever ask me. You know what? That'll be my first act when I become king of Wakanda. It'll be illegal to eat puppies forever. That's it.
Okay, so flesh it out for us. What are you enacting? What is this decree?
do not, or to not eat puppies or dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
That's your first executive action.
That's my first executive order when I step a foot in the
right.
office.
No more puppy eating at Sundance.
No
not
more.
in my nation. It's illegal. New law for the nation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ugh. Yeah, that's another thing. Is like our government system is completely separate from our ceremonies and what our ceremony people do.
Yeah.
They have no say in what the other does.
Yeah, we have the same thing. We have a priest. We have a priestly class and a ruling class. They each have their own domains of responsibility, I guess.
So that was another thing I was thinking about. I was like, is it like a good idea to combine them or keep it separate and let them build separately?
So one of the rules we had is that the priestly class cannot become rulers. And that was eventually broken because of the Greek ideology came in and we had a Greek government. So the Greeks sort of took over our government. And so the priestly class had to fight back. And that's what we celebrate on Hanukkah. They became the leaders.
I see.
Is that sort of like separation of church and state right there, or what's the purpose?
That was just a necessity. Like, so the way that it works, kind of like the priestly class is very protected. They don't own land. All of their life comes from donations from the people. So they're very dependent on the people and they're very isolated from the rest of the world. So yeah, the priestly class is, when they woke up, when they saw what was going on around them, because they were so isolated and protected, their culture didn't change. They're like the DNA, right? They held on to it. So they saw what was happening around them. They waged war against Greece. And so when they won the war, they took the kingdom back, because at that point everything was Greek system of law.
I see.
So they ruled, and they weren't supposed to rule, but they had to. Yeah, it was a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the Levites, right?
Right.
Sorry.
No, the Kohanim. But yeah, that's like the Levites are the in between. It's another layer of protection. Yeah.
Or yeah, what's that? Yeah, how is that arranged then? So who are the Levites specifically?
Levites is the tribe, and the Kohanim are children of Aaron, who was a member of that tribe.
Okay.
So they're his descendants. Yeah. But yeah, so like they were never supposed to rule. So for the Cheyenne or something like that, I would say maybe learn from the wisdom of other tribes and the mistakes of other tribes. And yeah, priestly class shouldn't rule, but they should have their own domain, and because they are the guardians of your culture and your people, right? They're like, if everyone else becomes Greek, they're still going to be Cheyenne.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the divide we're going through as a society now, is that we're evolving or like moving forward in technology and modern day life, live life, and it's like before, but it's like we still need our people to hold our original traditions and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it is a good idea to keep them separate.
Yeah, and protect them.
Are you kind of alluding to the meaning crisis going on? Is that what you mean, or are you talking about like broader culture, or specific just to your tribe?
Kind of specific to like Native Americans in Canada and America. Is like we're kind of making new stuff that's integrated with modern day life, like ribbon shorts, for example. Like making very stylistic ribbon shorts, or like fashion designing, like indigenous fashion design. It's like a whole thing. I worked as an intern on for this fashion show thing, and it's like a whole thing. But that's really contemporary, like modern and contemporary, compared to our actual traditions. That has nothing to do with our tradition, but it's still a part of who we are now, because it's just a new thing. Not that it's religious or spiritual, but it's just something we do know. But it's not our original culture. But they're both good things. So
yeah.
Yeah, I like me some native hip hop groups.
Yeah, like that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of new stuff. But then again, the old stuff's also kind of messed up with certain tribes. Luckily for mine, it's not. But for like the Pueblos over there, it's like half their stuff is integrated with Spanish Christianity, and there's
Yeah, I
churches in the
noticed that
Pueblos.
we had some dancers across the street, and they were doing a dance, and they were all like, they were women, and they were dressed in like traditional dancing outfits with the headdresses and everything, but they had like a waistband that had like Our Mother Guadalupe.
Yeah. That's how I seen a lot of like Aztec, like Mexican dancers too. When I went to Texas, they did the dance, but then after that, they went to this shrine of some sort, and it had a Virgin Mary on it, and they were going there and praying and kneeling down. You know? So then at that point, it's like, oh, do you want to preserve your culture that's integrated with Christianity, or do you want to preserve your culture? Not that preserving your culture with Christianity is wrong, because there's also a lot of natives that are Christian, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then it's saying the original culture also needs to be preserved as well. So it's like, how are we going to do this as a people? You know, so.
Yeah, it's a struggle to work that out, the integrating and non-integrating parts.
Luckily, my tribe doesn't have to worry about that, so it's another task off my shoulders. But for the Pueblos and those down south, it's like, oh,
yeah. Well, you're touching exactly on the priestly duties right there too. It's keeping the identity of your tribe. So, like as the leader, you know, you have to empower them. You have to have their back, but you don't have to get involved in it. It's their job.
I see. Yeah, because it seems like a lot of the like the Pueblo medicine, then for example, they still use they like having a Christian thing, and they like to use it for good things, and
right.
You know, so it's like, oh well, it looks like it's going to change whenever people my age get older and start to get into authority. But
yeah,
I'll just sit back and watch and
I mean,
see.
as a good leader, you should let them inspire you for whatever they tell, however they take the tribe with them. Yeah. Like, because if you have a group that's truly carrying your identity, then they're really in touch with it. You know what I mean?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be some members of your tribe that also like keep the language alive of your tribe too. I hope that they're doing that. I don't know about your particular tribe, but
Oh,
I
when
think
you're sovereign, it's going to be your official language.
That's very important.
Yeah, that's what kids are going to learn in school. Come on, it's just normal. People are going to speak in the street. It's your official language. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's also one of our challenges too, because there's northern and southern Cheyennes, and ones up north speak the language, but we don't down here. So
yeah,
how we lost it, I have no idea.
So when you declare sovereignty, are you going to declare sovereignty from them, or are you going to declare sovereignty with them?
That's tough because they're all the way up north in Montana, and we're down here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, there's no way to communicate. It's a big problem.
Mhm.
There's no phones or anything. It's just run by horseback, right? Use to go see them to communicate.
Yeah, deep in the mountains, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're much more secluded. They're like it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you've seen it,
yeah.
Like we're the southern water
phones.
tribe.
Yeah.
Like it's literally like that. We're the southern water tribe that's like small, but we do new things. And they're the northern water tribe that preserve the culture and speak the language and actually do this stuff. But we're more modern.
Wait, so they for real don't have any phones or anything? Like
some for the most part. I think
so. It's kind of easy actually to get in touch with them, is what we're saying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty easy. All right.
Oh, I thought you were serious because like there's places on the res like on Navajo land that there's a lot of like places that have no like services like utilities and things.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Navajo is there. But for the government of the Northern Cheyenne, I can at least find somebody's email on the internet and spam them. So Yeah, that's tricky though, because the only reason we split up is because whenever we got to our reservation, half the people were like, "Nah, we don't want to go. We don't want to stay here. We want to go up north." And there are people, a bunch of people like, "All right, bet we'll follow you up north." And so they just got up and left. And that's the only reason why we split up. So
How much land is between the two tribes?
again, I do not have the sensory on that.
Do people live there?
Yes. Yes. we do.
Okay. Yeah, you can't really deport those people when you can't really conquer that land. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking right here at a map of all the different reservations in America. So are the reservations technically considered your guys' land? Is that how it works, or do you have more or less, or yeah, how does that work?
Yeah. For some tribes, it's like definite ST. This is our reservation. But for tribes like mine and others, it's like, oh, we're in the middle of buying this land. We don't really know. Yeah. But for the most part, there's like an accurate depiction of every single tribe's reservation.
And here, like, there's like state highways that go like through the reservations, and like when you're on the state highway, there's still like state cops. But then if you go through like the Navajo lands, there's like certain areas of that where you're on tribal land and there's tribal police.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel like it would be a pretty fun upset in America if tribes just started, because I would wonder if there would be a like knock-on effect if one made a nation, then if it would like continue, or if there'd be some kind of, or you guys could like make a model, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, like a domino effect. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat.
I think it would that way. Yeah, I think if once one tribe did it, a bunch of them would do it.
Well, yeah,
I think it would be pretty good for the U.S. too, to be honest.
Yeah.
To have a bunch of nations within it that is bordering. Because you guys are pretty lonely in the U.S. You don't really have any nations to like visit. It's like Canada and Mexico. Yeah.
Canada and Mexico. Yeah.
But now there's like tourism in different countries you can go to. That's great.
Yeah.
It is cool. Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
oh, you go, Chris.
I was just thinking, like, I feel like you guys could totally barter for more land. Like, we got plenty of land in America. It's not like we, like we don't even know what to do with it all. So I feel like you guys could get more land, and that would be pretty neat to see how that develops.
Yeah. Well, and I think that it's always been in the zeitgeist that the tribes are the protectors of the wilderness. So I would say that a lot of the national forest areas and things like that could be managed.
Yeah, if you manage to preserve those and not throw plastic everywhere, then people will come visit, because America won't be able to do that.
Dude, I hate that so much about like American culture. I don't know if it's American culture in its entirety, but like just the redneck throw trash everywhere. I wish we were more like Japan, where they're like super pristine, clean. Oh, it drives me nuts.
Trash everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if we're as bad as the Indians, but still.
Yeah. But yeah, I see a lot of that's what I was thinking about. There's a lot of other very successful and like a lot of tribes that have a lot of resources and they're like rich and like wealthy, that I'm surprised they haven't actually became independent, like full on themselves. It's like they have, but it's like they still depend on, federal funding, and even though they don't have the BIA on them, it's like they have full on declared and went viral to the media, like, hey, we're ourselves now. Here's our passports and citizenships and this and that. Official,
yeah, the Navajo Nation is pretty close to being able to. I mean, they're like pretty much self-sufficient, and they've got NECA, the Navajo mining company, and like they have infrastructure and things like that. But they have a lot of fighting in their councils. So it's been hard to organize, apparently, according to my friend that lives in Arizona.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing. Is like my tribe also likes to deal with that, like just people being crazy. Like we have to deal with embezzlement all the time, and like
Yeah.
there's actually people are on my tribe that is like we trash our own places, and yeah, we're a long ways from Wakanda. It's
Yeah. And with the Navajo
Aren't we
Nation,
all? Aren't we
like
all?
a lot of people that just die of alcoholism, they like just walk out on the highway and somebody will hit them with a car or something. Happens a lot, which is really bad. There's substance abuse problems big time.
yeah, just messed up stuff like that. I don't know,
Um,
like it's
I
crazy.
think there's been like it's hard for their culture, particularly because they know they're matriarchal, and integrating into patriarchal society for them has been pretty difficult. There's a lot of confusion, and I think subconscious confusion, especially with that. That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a lot of the like youth leaders, like young adult leaders my age are definitely like female. Like it's not very many dude role models or whatever around my age. I can just think of like five.
Yeah, well, and that's the way the tribes were before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was the Chiefs, but
Yeah.
Don't make like a little Hollywood as role models, man. Don't do that. That was a
No,
mistake the U.S. did.
I grew up
Bad mistake.
like, and I had friends
yeah.
that were staying in the dorms from the res, and I was like one of the only white girls. I was very quiet too, so they were nice to me, I guess.
Yeah.
I have my friend is a medicine man, and like him and his mother live in Hook, and they're like I've known him for 20 years, half my
Yeah.
life. And then growing up in Farmington is like right next to Shiprock. I mean, you can see Shiprock from Farmington.
Yeah, I hear stories about Farmington all the time. How
Yeah.
crazy people are out there.
Yeah, well, and there's like a really subculture that most people don't know about. There's like a lot of like pagans there, actually,
Oh.
but they're very
Mimo,
very
if
much
one of your tribe members married another tribe member or another nation member, would they be able to attain citizenship?
like dual
Yeah.
citizenship.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Some tribes, it depends on the tribes that all they are. Because
Oh,
some
your tribe.
tribes, oh, my tribe, yes, but it depends on the other tribe that they are part of, and if they allow.
So in order to get in there, we just need to find a good Navajo, or sorry, a good Cheyenne lady there, and we can become a member of your tribe.
Actually, yeah, that's
That's how we do it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to take you down and infiltrate you once you're a nation.
Right.
You know,
CIA
that's what
type
happens. 'Cause-
destabilization.
yeah. Well, you're never going to want to do it, but you have to have a plan against every nation, right? So.
Right.
Or for or through.
Right.
CIA destabilization. Yeah, just like how Wakanda fell.
How did Wakanda fell?
The other nation, Talokan, they're beefing with Wakanda because they saw them as a threat for no reason, just because they're powerful. So then
They were
like,
jealous.
yeah, they was like, hey, we're coming for the surface war, we're coming for you first. So they were like, all right, bet, come at us. And then they went at them.
Well, yeah, their mistake. Yeah, don't start wars you can't win.
Yeah.
It's probably in the what Sun Tzu's Art of War somewhere, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good
It's probably
model.
so basic it's not even a rule.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you win the battles, you don't fight.
Exactly. It's like I always tell people I'm unoffendable and I can prove it.
Yeah, no, you can't.
But nobody ever challenges me. It's kind of disappointing. Because because I want to be able to prove it. But oh well, it's okay. It's better, I guess, more peaceful. I'm okay with that. I can make my own excitement.
Mimo, do you collect rocks?
Actually, I used to. I'm not gonna lie. I actually did used to, yeah. But I don't no more. They're gone now. I don't
Oh, I have lots of rocks.
know.
What was your favorite rock that you had, Mimo?
I will say I did have a favorite rock, I guess.
What is this conversation? What's going on?
I love
Ben's
it.
trying to type me.
Yeah, no, I that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, how does he know that you have a favorite rock?
So, you're gonna leave? Yeah. And you're gonna come back?
Ben knows I'm NF. Don't worry, I don't
Definitely
collect rocks
NF.
anymore. Don't collect rocks anymore.
I see Yellow Mustang. I don't know if he's gonna show up early.
That was a phase.
Why would you say you don't collect rocks anymore so many times?
That's a good
Do you really not collect rocks anymore?
So I never. I kind of wonder to do that.
No. Now he collects
All right,
land.
I'll
He's still
see
collecting
ya.
rocks, but
Smart.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
trying to collect nation land.
He upgraded.
Yeah.
Upgraded.
Oh
The
wait,
adult
shit. Was
version of
I
collecting rocks.
just talking over?
Yeah, you're good. Nothing leaked in.
Yeah.
You're all right.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I turned down the volume on my laptop so I could talk to Russ, but I didn't mute. Sorry about that.
You're good.
At least you weren't naked. No.
Yeah, it's funny because I just got out of the shower, so yeah, I'm glad I didn't
It's
mess
good.
with the. Glad I didn't mess with the camera button.
Ho hey, Danny Hall. I don't know any Danny Hall.
He's singing the hip hop hooray song. The hip hop song from the 90s.
Isn't that hey ho? Hey ho. It's not.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, he got it wrong. He's got it mixed up. It's supposed to be vice versa. Yeah. Hey ho. I am a miner from Nevada. From
Nice.
New Vinland.
He likes to collect rocks too.
Yeah, he does.
does.
Looking for rocks.
Yes. A miner from New Vinland. It's good to see another Vinland representative. Yes, Vinland. Okay. New Vinland. Yeah, I was trying to hop on when Reggie and Angel were on, but yeah, it was drying.
Yeah, it's all good.
I got so excited about a miner that I accidentally closed the window. I have rocks from Henderson, Nevada.
Henderson. What kind of rocks?
I have some like malachite and copper ore type rocks from there. It's like malachite and azurite, and some really cool crystallized fossil or crystallized petrified wood, like big trees that like the bark comes off and it's like little crystals on the surface.
Oh, some
Cool.
tree stones. Like
Yeah,
tree
it's like split wood pretty much, but the bark comes off and goes back on. Like, so it's really very cool. And I have a bunch of like fossils and things from over there, and I have some selenite, like Pecos diamonds type crystals. They're like little roses. Some of them have been melted in the desert under extreme heat.
They got a lot down there.
And some concretions like like sectarian concretions,
What do you use them for?
like turtle shells, sort of.
I'm thinking about heading out for a bit. Annie, do you want to keep this going?
I can stay for a little while, but I have a massage appointment in a bit. But we can,
Nice.
yeah, I can hang out for a little while longer.
Sweet. Well, thanks everyone, and yeah, have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bye.
take care.
See you later, Benjamin. I thought by the thumbnail that Hank would be here today. Was he here
He-
earlier?
Yeah, he was here. And they talked about he will host the first week of February. So yeah, I guess that's next week, like the first week of every month, maybe something like that.
Nice.
That's cool.
So yeah, he'll be here next week.
Should be an interesting show when Hank shows up. What did you think whenever he hosted last time? There was some interesting stuff that happened. Huh?
Oh yeah. Well, I just kind of tuned out because it was just really contentious. I don't know. That's just not really it just bores me after a while. That guy was talking over everyone and
Yeah.
it's
We find
just
a lot of that in the panelverse.
yeah, I think for a lot of time I just turned the volume down and I was just doing other stuff, like doing chores and stuff.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, it's not very fun listening to somebody say the same thing over and over and over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
I
keep
think
hearing-
Ben handled it pretty well though. Like, and I think especially considering that Hank was kind of like driving it even further, making him even more upset.
Yeah, Ben has got some skills. I mean, that's one of the things that I've learned from watching this every Thursday for the last year. Yeah, I admire how he handles the tribe dynamic, and
He always has really good questions to ask, and he always has something positive to say about every person, which I think is very helpful.
yeah, it's like the way he handles annoying people with great compassion. You know?
Yeah, I try to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I'm as good at it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's really good at double deciding.
Yeah.
He was just about to get my personality type a few minutes ago.
Based on your favorite rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think my type is? Do you guys have an idea yet?
Mm.
Out of curiosity. Somebody said 4.
I mean,
like,
yeah, I'm not. Ben is a lot better at typing. I'm not so good at it. But I mean, there's a lot of NF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's probably the main thing that stands out.
What do you think that is? Well, or I don't know what that means. So could you explain
it would mean potentially that intuition and feeling are savior functions.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's tricky to type people. We typically you could submit a video to CRG actually.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I just haven't gotten around to it, and I'm heading to Vegas like next week, so probably whenever I get back.
Yeah, and even with that, you'll get probably some help narrowing it down. It's still not an official objective personality type, and it's interesting because if I were to send your video to like 3 different teams, you might get 3 different answers, but it might help narrow down and clarify.
Yeah, I think as much input as people can give, I think it's great insight that can come from that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the more opinions, the better. I don't think it'll be negative to have more opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Play.
Yeah, play, right? Yeah, definitely like awareness of the tribe, pinging off the tribe. You're way more aware of the tribe than I am.
That's cool. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you seem a lot more practical than I am.
Yeah. Yeah, and through the the lens of OPS, so I would have sensory last, but it's masculine and it's double activated, and so yeah, I am very, very sensory practical in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I have a lot of masculine qualities as well. That probably were not as I'm not as comfortable expressing them in the past, especially. I'm getting more comfortable expressing them now, and I think I have a good logical side actually too.
Hey, Denmark Andy, how did you
Yo.
find the
I don't know.
channel?
I go YouTube StreamYards, like searching StreamYards randomly. I just saw you had an open link for this open
Mhm.
show. I have no idea what you guys are about, like, but I'm
Yeah.
here openly, just supporting, saying hello.
I
Nice.
like
Yes,
that
from
spontaneity.
Denmark.
Wonderful. Yeah, nice to
Where are
meet
you
you.
guys from?
Well, this is Ben's channel, but he just left. He is in Israel,
Okay.
and it's
Okay.
past midnight there, so he
Shalom,
went to bed.
shalom, Ben.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I am a Jew
And
myself. No, I'm not. I'm a
you know,
Christian, but all my Christian fellow brothers, they say I look Jewish, and I even have people who was Jewish or born Jewish, and
mhm,
they tell me I look Jewish. Like, I don't know, I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian.
mhm.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Ben's from Israel. A lot of us are from the U.S. I'm from Oregon.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but
USA.
we often have people from all over, many
Yeah.
countries on this stream. It's something that we do
Yeah.
every Thursday.
I haven't even checked. Like, I just saw quickly. Like, yeah, 3,000 subs. That's good, really good. I
Mm.
got to 1,000 when I used to stream, and I did a lot more than just on StreamYards, but I did StreamYards too. But yeah. So what are you guys fancy about, or what are you working on in here? Like, because it's a powerful tool to set in here on StreamYards. It's so easy and it's free, and you can communicate and get to know people you will never have
Yeah.
learned
Yeah, a
to know.
lot
You
of
know?
us are in the typology community. So we're in the objective
Okay.
personality typology community. But on this stream, everyone's welcome and it's a whole
Yeah.
range. A lot of us are into typology,
Yeah.
but we get
I
frequently
don't know
people like
what
you
is.
who
What is typology? Oh, sorry. You said
typology, like talking about the cognitive functions.
I don't
So
understand.
like, are you familiar with the Myers-Briggs system?
My week, like, nah. What?
Personality
I
type.
maybe think, but no. Like you're saying, words. It
Mhm.
sounds so complicated.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Is it history or archaeology? What is it called? Like the Mayans. You're talking about the Mayans. You know the Mayan calendar.
No, but I do
No.
know
No,
my
okay.
I do
Then I
know
don't know.
my calendar kin. I'm a blue solar eagle.
I don't know. What you?
But I
I'm
think
willing.
it's personality types, like
So is
classifications.
this just chatting? Just chatting?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
were just
Yeah,
Okay.
we talk about a whole range of topics.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Like yeah. That's how it should be, you know. Everybody have something they can put on to the internet. If you can build a boat, share that shit and learn other people to build a boat or the techniques or whatever, you know. And that's the thing. Many people waste their time on the internet just speaking or sitting and being lonely instead of going out there and actually sharing and learning themselves and teaching others how to do things they love. You know, that's where it's going off. Because if you like it, other people are gonna like it. If you will have a passion sharing that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what do you
My
do
father,
in Denmark?
I'm a blacksmith. I work,
Huh.
do pulling down buildings. I do a lot of black money. You know, like I never really got into education as a child. Got problems, you know. I couldn't sit still in school, so I just never finished that shit. But I had to figure out to figure it out in another way, you know. And I still work heavily, but it's hard, you know. It's like I go build a summer house next Monday in a few weeks for a guy building a summer house, painting and doing the walls and yeah, like what
So
else?
you're an armorer,
Armor.
like a blacksmith, an armorer. You make armor.
No, yeah, blacksmith. I do when I do blacksmith work. I go traveling montage, so I set up big ovens where they fire up. So like metal work, you know. I don't do welding. I can weld a
Yeah,
little
that's what I was
bit,
gonna
but I'll
ask.
never
Like
do
welding?
it as a
No.
professional. But I can cut it and I can take it down. I can measure it and all that. Yeah,
Do you make
very good money.
weapons
Very good.
or art, or what kind of things do you
Yeah, I
make?
like art too. I used to do tattoos and all that. But listen, I have no profession. That's why I'm here too. And I'm not
That's
judging you. I am never judging anybody. Like I'm not saying you have work, but I've been struggling to get work.
I'm an artist
Cool.
too, but I also
Yes.
read tarot cards. I'm a fortune
Okay.
teller professionally.
Yeah. How do you believe in yourself that much without Jesus Christ?
I am fine with Jesus. I integrate Jesus into.
But you believe in the cards more than Jesus, I assume.
No,
Being
I
honest.
I
Okay.
believe everything is God. I'm a more of
Okay.
a
Who is God?
God is the universe.
Okay.
I see God in everything.
You see, God is in everything. God is big and God is everywhere.
Yes.
Yes. But saying God is a card game, is a play that you can control and control other people.
Oh
It sounds
no,
like
it's
a game to me, you know, like when you can control other people with these cards, it's just like
I don't
I'm
control
like,
anything except for myself, and barely that.
okay. I'm sorry. I will never judge you. I can only you know say
That's fine.
I think some things about you or like what is called in English. I don't know, but I cannot judge you. No, I
Yeah,
would.
that's fine. I respect you for your
But
beliefs
but
as well.
but having a business with cards, I hate cards. I hate the numbers. It's like materialism. It's like the car. It's like the house. What can you use it for? You know, it's the spiritualism you can use. That's what makes you rich. You know what you can learn from.
So what kind of art do you do?
I have done tattoos when I was a kid, but I stopped doing it after my legs was like retarded looking, and my friends. Uh, well, I lost my friends, but I like to draw and all that, and painting. I do oil painting, but too little,
Yeah,
very
Have you
I'm
little,
ever
not good
heard
at oil
of
painting.
Vinland?
very too little. But I like to perform art in any way,
What about
actually.
Finland?
No, have you ever
Vinland.
heard of Vinland?
Oh, Finland.
Winland?
Vinland.
No.
You never. Oh, okay. It's an anime about Vinland where the
Oh, I saw
Vikings
that.
go and find a land
Okay.
far to the west
Yeah.
without slavery or war. But yeah,
Yeah.
The one with the
That's
little boy.
just
yeah. It's just
that's just
about.
I
It's just
guess.
a fiction about or historical fiction about Vikings going to North America and Vinland or trying to go to America. Yeah. Anyways, the idea of it's supposed to be hopeful and
What do you do as professional Jedi?
oh, a Jedi.
Yes. What do you do?
As a Jedi, I travel the world using the Force, helping people save
The
lives.
world.
Yeah,
You do that?
yeah. I will.
Okay. Listen. Every time you meet somebody, understand you are so close to kill them.
Every time I
If you
meet
say
somebody,
you
I'm
can
close to
help
killing them.
people, if you say you can help people, you are so close to killing them.
Why is that?
Ask yourself, like, because, well,
Oh,
like,
that's
You can't help people. If people like, I'm a drug
Wait, what?
addict, I'm an alcoholic, I do coke every day, I smoke
Okay.
weed. Listen, I know what's helping and what's not is, and there's a big difference because when you try to go up here in other people's mind, if you try just get them away from this and take them away from this balance, you're gonna flip that balance, and maybe they're never gonna get away from it. Then, like they're gonna go back to the worst shit, and kill themselves in a second after you just try to help them. Never
Are you
try to help
saying like
people.
if you know how to help somebody, then you know how to harm them the
You
most? Is that what you're
don't
trying to say?
listen. You don't, because you can sit here and you can try and you can do this and this, but if you don't find the Lord, if you don't make them a fair choice to choose from uh, from like being a slave to being free, and that's the real world. I just been there. I just lived with a priest for four months, and he
Mhm.
was telling me just when I moved over there, he will help me with my addiction, with everything and everything and everything. But in 4 months, I got pushed out to like build his own, all his house. He used me, and I know now. And he told me back then too. That was what, like, I didn't know, but that's his demons, and that's our demons. We want to try and make other people happy too, so we can be happy. But that's gonna kill people.
Mhm.
You're killing people trying to help people.
I
Yeah.
You
I would
will.
say that I agree with that to some degree because when I was younger, I was very much like I tried to help people and I was not qualified to
Yeah.
do so. It's
Mhm.
not my job, but I still
Mhm.
tried and I probably made things worse in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So I can
Yes.
see that.
Yeah. Don't try
Yeah,
to
it was a
help
lot of
people.
any talk.
Make
Like,
them
and
their choice. It's their journey. God
Yeah.
will say what they should. No, not God will not say, but He will embrace your work if you're doing the work for Him. If
right.
I'm growing weed, I'm a grower. Okay, I grow fucking weed. Look at my back here.
Awesome.
It's almost empty. But I take this bag, I fill it every day. Okay.
So you're saying you can't help others. You can't
And
help
my
those who
my
don't help
nature,
themselves.
my
That's
plants
actually a
only
pretty true
grow from
statement.
God. What? Sorry. I'm
You
going.
can't help those who don't help
Yes, you can.
themselves.
You can help them.
Oh, so you can help them.
Be very, very, very careful. But if you make them
Yeah,
live in
careful.
your place and you want to make them believe something that you maybe help yourself with, like, you cannot take a beer from alcoholic and think he's, that sounds retarded. But you know what I mean? You cannot help people.
Yeah,
Stop
if you
trying to
fucking
help
hate
people
it,
because you only want to help yourself. You want to get the next paycheck. That's why you're getting catched as a person in the system. This fucking system. We all know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not very happy with the system as it is right now.
Fuck that shit. Who's
But I
helping
would
you
Are,
then? You're helping yourself as getting the next paycheck. But working with people actually needing help, you take everything for granted there because they have to see Christ and they have to maybe find.
So you're helping people and getting a paycheck, and you have to be
That's what
careful when
people
helping
do.
people.
They do it for the government. They work for the government. The guy I'm living with right here.
wait, so
He's in this. He's in the hospital right now.
I kind of can't follow. I'm kind of lost. Sorry.
It's
yeah,
okay.
wait,
I'm fucking.
wait.
Hey, listen. No, fuck. I'm drunk and I'm yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna
But I,
say,
I want to come in here,
you're
support you guys, say hello. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Yeah, but don't try help people who really need help because they
don't.
don't need your help.
you said
They
you're
need
Don't.
drunk. Are you
you.
high as well, or just drunk
I'm everything.
all at
So,
once?
Yeah, he is any.
bro, listen. I'm doing keys. You know what a key is?
You're
You're keying
doing them.
people's cars.
You take this, you dip it in the bag, and listen. I haven't done this for two
He's on that
days.
hard stuff.
And I haven't been smoking for 2 days. I got listen. For
Wait, but
first
what about
time in my
Jesus?
life,
Does
yeah, I got
Jesus
a
get
I'm
that
panic
or
glad
no?
you asked me.
I got a panic attack 2 days ago. It was the worst thing in my life. I thought I could never smoke weed again, but I learned to control it in 2 days because I found out it's normal. People who have smoked weed all their life, like me, suddenly it hits you, the reality, and you get stress and anxiety. And I just got that. But I have to say to myself now, every fucking second in the last 2 days with no sleep, I'm
Uh-huh.
not gonna die from it.
Cool
I think you
story.
should probably get some sleep.
No, I'm good. I have slept in the last 2 days, but very bad, very bad. But like I'm good, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
But listen, I learned a lot
Wait,
in
did
the
you?
few 2 days. But the last 2 months and the last 5 months, I live with my I live with my old neighbor. I moved under here with my ex-girlfriend from a whole nother town, and she broke up with me because
Yeah,
I did
that's
too
tough.
bad gambling and doing drugs and drinking, smoking every day. She did some of it too, but
So
not
what
the
do
game.
you do to help yourself?
I didn't.
You're
I
not gonna
can't.
help yourself.
I have to figure this out, and if I cannot wait till I'm 50. All my friends, I go to church. Okay, I call the priest. He come home to me, wake us up, and I move to his place. And yeah, he said to me, "You are plus and minus. Your girlfriend and you're plus and minus. You too good together, or whatever you say. You do all what you shouldn't." And I actually accepted it. We broke up, and I lived there, and didn't drink for 2 months, 3 months, but I smoked weed every day, and he was fine with that. But I didn't do drugs and I didn't smoke. But I fall in again now because I moved out and live in the city again. Uh, it's what the fuck, I'm lost. Sorry, I
It's
got
okay.
too. I don't know what the fuck say. What I'm saying, I'm so fucked. Wait. So now I got out of that place, but I'm still stressed and I'm still in the same place
Hmm.
because I didn't move. That relationship, I thought I was the problem. No, I thought she was the problem and we were the problem. But yeah, I found out I'm the problem. I've never worked on myself. I never worked up here. It's like
Hmm.
using sandpaper every day because I use drugs and alcohol.
Hmm.
Since I was, yeah, whatever. And
So what do you really want? If your life looked exactly how you wanted it to look,
yeah,
what would it
that's
look
what you
like?
should do. That's what you should do. That's of course with being happy myself with a girl. No, I don't know. It sounds stupid. But of course, I want again a relationship. But when I'm ready, I found that out just recently, like maybe 5 days ago, where I really could start see. Yeah, I really have to work on myself in any fucking way because there's so many fucking things wrong with me way back that I can't like put on her anyway, like or any person. I can't like put any person in that because I haven't just thought about it. I just keep pushing it away. And maybe
Right.
that's
Yeah.
where my anxiety is coming from and all that.
We can only be responsible for our own selves
Good,
and our own
good, yeah.
improving. Yeah.
Because we want the hug, and yeah, I deserve the hug. And
Everybody does.
I'm very lucky. I have a family and a mother, and I have a best friend I'm living with here. And I just have to ask for that, and that's
Mhm.
Well,
another.
I would
But
give you a
asking
hug.
for love and a relationship, that's what I want. But that's a whole nother thing, that's out there. But if I can't love myself in Christ, how am I gonna love anybody else?
Hmm.
So it's usually not normal for people that are Christians to um like drink and do drugs.
Yes, you
So
go to
what
church, and the people I go to church with, I don't understand them. Maybe they don't understand me. And I go to like a free
Oh.
church in my town, and yeah, they're all baptized as adult, and I'm the only one not, you know, baptized. And,
Do you
like,
want to be baptized?
yes, but I have to say yes to Christ first and read my Bible. But I don't read my Bible. I don't like. This is hard, like, but I don't believe in myself,
Hmm.
and
I
I
read
don't
the
think you guys do too. You in a like I don't know. No, I'm sorry. I don't know. But I just got into this. In Denmark, it's not like it's not a church society anymore. And I just got to this city, lost everything, and got opened up with arms. Like, actually, one of the guys looks just like Saudi, and he have 3 children, one of the best dads and all that. And everybody down in the church are so nice.
So
But
you have a good
I have nothing
good
in common
community.
with these people. I have nothing in common with these people. But we are like 4 guys coming down there, and we are like, they are older, and they got me into it, coming down there, and they are old criminals and tattoos. And one of the guys, he have burned all his body. I lived with him like just 2 months ago, or in 2 months, like a few weeks ago. Very nice guy, but it's about they don't understand it, and they really see bad things in them. I don't, but the friends I'm coming down in church with, they say, why we need to give them money? This is all like stupid, and the priest is like 80 or whatever they say. But it's hard. Like, I live with a guy who's the most Christian guy ever. The most, like, he is. He's a witness. Okay, he witnesses this, and he's laying in a hospital right now. I'm sitting in his bedroom right now. He's a real witness from my van, and he knows everything about, like, about love and understanding and respect. Being stupid, but he's not gonna judge you, and he haven't judged me. He's the
beautiful.
most beautiful friend. He's the most beautiful friend. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got some support around you, some people to help you who really care about you.
Yeah, outdoor. Christ. Oh no, though. And I
So
have the Bible. I have
are
the
you
Bible. You see
supporting
my fridge.
No.
I have
I'm
the
curious.
Bible stand right here. Listen, and what am I scared of? What am I afraid of?
Yeah.
I'm afraid of the truth, because I don't want to read. I don't want to read the Bible. I want to learn the Bible. I can't do that.
You can do anything you want.
You could do
I can
both at the
go.
same time.
I
That's
can
how
lay
you
down on my knees to the cross. I can go follow, take the cross on my shoulders like he did. No, I cannot do that. Only he could do that. That's why he did that.
Ben's
But
gonna
if I
love this.
keep living my life without spiritualism but materialism, I think about the money. Who am I?
What were
It's
you
not
saying,
worth
Memo?
it. I don't know. I'm fucking retarded.
No.
I'm very
I just,
drunk.
I just said Ben's gonna love this.
Oh yeah, this is fun. Yeah.
No, it's not. Listen,
I'm gonna
it's
hop
all
off,
good.
guys.
Yeah,
Talk to you
I
later.
actually we've been at
Yeah.
this for about 5 hours now, so we're
Yes,
about
yes.
ready to end the stream. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's been cool to meet a fresh face. We do this every Thursday.
Okay. I will subscribe.
Yeah,
you.
come back when you're not high sometime.
Yeah,
I'm not-
yeah, come back next Thursday.
Listen,
We'll get to know you better.
I'm not
Yeah.
high. Look at my fucking ass pic. How many joints you think there's here?
That's a
Like,
lot.
there's fucking hundreds.
That's a whole lot. Yeah.
ENSP for sure.
Have a good one. Have a good one. God bless and cheers.
All right.
Yep.
remember, you cannot judge, but you can look at me and have an opinion. You know what I mean? You can say, yeah, you shouldn't maybe being using. No, you shouldn't. No, you cannot say that. But you cannot judge me. I'm
No,
not
we
pointing
don't.
at you.
Yeah.
What you
Don't, God bless. And
Okay.
don't think life is simple. This is a
It's
school.
not.
This
It's
is a
not
Definitely
school,
not.
and it's a hard school. It's a hard school.
so hard, but it's
Yeah.
so.
Right? Do DMT one time, you're gonna find out. Okay.
I
did it.
know, right?
No, thank you.
Oh, you smoke DMT?
Yeah.
You smoke
All
DMT?
right. Well,
Okay. Have a good one. I'm gonna
Bye,
leave.
all.
thanks everybody. Yeah, we'll see you all next Thursday.
See you next week.
Bye.